Well, there goes the Daverhood. Good morning, everybody. I'm Potato, and I'm bringing you in to the Potato Show with me, Potato. It'll be 3 hours of potato-related activities, including potato,
Potato, potato. Come here, Potato. It's Daddy's show.
No, really? Sorry about that, folks. Sometimes, they were all upset because there was no Potato Day this year or last year in Greeley, Colorado, where Joyce and I lived for a period of time. So
they can't tell the days of the week. So
all our potatoes are really upset about that, and they're still. I mean, it was supposed to be like almost a month ago. But guess what, Potato? I have good news for you. I got a package in the mail.
Oh, crap.
And you know how I like having a big package.
No more potatoes. We're sick of it. We got overcrowding.
There's nothing Malthusian about this package. Look how small everything is in it. Look.
That's what she said.
Oh, you're on, Potato. You're on today. I like it.
Oh, my agent.
Look how cute. It's a.
I don't see your show. Hold on.
Oh, it's a broccoli. Look at him, which I have no real use for.
Oh, look, you're talking.
Yeah.
Look at you, Daddy.
I know. Hey, it's interesting that usually I'm hearing myself. Did I properly mute? No, I didn't. Oh, I guess I didn't do that. That's why. All right. So, what else might be in the bag?
If I hear you, want to make sure
No, I think we're good. But here, we'll check. See if I'm sounding. Yes, I sound like me. Here we go. This is cauliflower. Not really much in the use for that. Why did I? Oh, behold, ladies and gentlemen, brand new, fresh into the Daverhood, a baby potato. I think we'll call him Papito. I know. He's no, it doesn't need to be diapered. He's good. He's one more potato in our potato family. He's even got this his baby tag on him when he was left on the doorstep of the church in Rome. So look how beautiful, huh? Did you see the new potato?
I'm posting a picture of a cucumber, some radishes.
Yeah.
A bunch of vegetables. Yeah.
Well, I guess these are our salad days.
I put a salad bowl. It's funny you did that.
You're not funny, Daddy. Not funny at all. All right. Well, welcome to the family. Welcome to the Daverhood, everybody. It's Dave's Gone By. All of that intro was apropos of nothing. Kind of thought it'd be funnier, but I'm Dave Lefkowitz. That is my darling and adorable wife, Joyce, on the sound effects and all the stuff that we have to do today. And boy, oh boy, we have a jam-packed show. It is a show quite figuratively packed with jam. So if you open it up, you just get your hands all messy with it. And please do, from 9 until noon or thereabouts, every Saturday morning here on Facebook. And then, of course, the archives go on to davesgoneby.com. We mix humor and zaniness, silliness, a little bit of seriousness, arts, culture, the whole 9 yards, or 8 3/4 yards if you're being more exact, on Dave's Gone By. So let me tell you all the things that are going into this.
The quiz, David, because that's where you get a lot.
Yeah. Well, on this 818th episode of the show, live on this Saturday, October 2nd, 2021, one of the things that we've loved doing the past bunch of months is our history quiz, our trivia quiz, yesterday. It started out with me just reading some questions on the air, but then it became this thing of having friends and panelists on the show trying to win the game. And that's become one of the most popular segments. It's the yesterday quiz, which today, just as it did yesterday 7 days ago, features our friends David Sheward, former managing editor of Backstage Magazine, and also a blogger and a theater critic for theaterlife.com and culturaldaily.com. He will be up against Leslie Hoban Blake, who is a theater critic as well and a theatrical director, and our beloved Chicago friend, Vicki Quade, whom you can see actually tonight and tomorrow doing late night catechism in Chicago at the Greenhouse Theater. Plus, she's just started, I think this week, she starts doing Holy Ghost Bingo just in time for Halloween. So it's it's nuns for fun.
She's I always put their stuff in the chat, but it's too. I should make a file of all their. David's got too many things. David has too many things.
Well, yeah, but I mean, what's great is that we have such accomplished people, and they play this ridiculous game called Today Yesterday, which is a mix of trivia that nobody can guess or get right, and some questions that are more like, oh, that's almost a gimme, and they're all based on things that happened today in history, October 2nd. So, stay with us for that, the Today Yesterday quiz that's coming up. Also coming up, Greeley Crimes and Old Times. We love that. That's where we go into the newspaper from Greeley, Colorado, and we mix two actual stories from this paper, this real paper. Once a week, they have one column about phone calls that come into police dispatch. There's another column from items in this newspaper back in 1921. And we call that Greeley Crimes and Old Times. We'll also have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, which is a damnable poem of literally 5 lines in limerick form. We do them about different places, different small towns, big cities, all over the state of Colorado. I've done dozens of them, and they're still coming. Today we go to Idalia, Colorado. There's actually a place, look it up, Idalia, Colorado. I've written a short and horrible poem. If you can imagine things that might rhyme with Idalia, you already have an idea of where the Colorado Limerick of the Damned is going on this show. And second to last, but far from least, we will be talking to our guest. And this is really great. This is, because I'm a radio guy, this show started as a radio program for the first decade on commercial radio, on college radio, on internet radio. So it was audio only. So I have this fondness for radio people. And I grew up listening to radio folks. So I've had Dr. Demento on this show, and New York radio people like Valerie Smaldone and not Carol Miller. Who was the? Or maybe it was Carol Miller on the show?
I believe so.
From PLJ.
Bad with names, so.
And other, and Stefan Zucker and other folks who have done special, really cool kind of radio. Well, today we have another special radio person, and his name is Elliot Mintz. That's why we're calling this Mintz Condition. Elliot has had this marvelous, to dream about career in broadcasting. Kind of got involved in FM radio when it was really FM radio, underground, quote unquote, FM, not pirate radio, but legit FM radio back when people like Vin Scelza were starting. And it was just like, go on the air, play basically what you want, and just go free form and have a life doing the radio that I would love to do. And so he did that for a while, but then he started doing all these interviews. He was out in Los Angeles, so he started doing the interviews on TV for Eyewitness News out there in LA. And eventually, knowing all these people, meeting all these people and these music people, he became good, close friends with, this Beatles guy. What's his name? Dead guy. One of the dead Beatles guys. Oh yeah, John Lennon and Yoko Ono. And essentially became their pro forma spokesperson for them when they were doing the bed-ins for peace and throughout their lives and continuing into Yoko's life. Elliot Mintz was kind of the person that they go to get out what they wanted to say to the world. And since his radio career kind of eased back and dialed back, he's also been a PR person for people like Paris Jackson and some pretty surprising notables. But the other thing is, speaking of John Lennon and Yoko, before there was the Bob Dylan bootleg series where they're just releasing every hiccup he ever had in a radio studio or in a concert hall, a studio, and out of it. And before they did box sets of, every blat that Miles Davis ever did. He was on the air. Elliot Mintz was on the air, I guess, in the 80s. It probably was, if not the 90s. Doing the lost Lennon tapes because he was given access by the Lennon family and Sean and Yoko, to go through the tapes and find playable things on the radio and put them in context. And it was kind of required listening if you were a Beatles fan, if you were a music and radio fan back in the day. Elliot Mintz was the host and producer of the Lost Lennon tapes. So a man with a real broadcasting history and backstory. And let me tell you, stories to tell, because he's interviewed everybody. And if you want to hear 100 or two of those interviews that he's done, and also him, I mean, you'll hear him with Rabbi Sol Solomon shortly, talking about his life and career and the highlights and lowlights and stuff. But if you want to hear much more, and I'm sure you will, just go to the website, ElliotMintz.com. Double L, one T, except there's another T in Mint. Elliot, ELLIOT, MINTZ.com. And it's a very cool website. It's structured like a jukebox, so you're going to have to click this and play that and plug in this, and this comes up. It's a little old school, but kind of wonderful in its way. And there you can hear him talking to people like Allen Ginsberg, right? Or Lennon, or, I'm already forgetting just some of the famous people.
Too many to track.
That are on there. And the guy, man, the thing that started his real broadcasting coming up in the world was that the day or the day after John F. Kennedy was assassinated, there was a guy he knew from like broadcasting in school who knew Lee Harvey Oswald.
Whoa.
The guy's like, oh, that's Lee. That's Lee Harvey. Hey, Lee Harvey. And he's, okay, I gotta get you on the air right now. And that tape still exists. I think it's probably on his site. Yeah. He interviewed the guy who knew Lee Harvey Oswald. And I'm talking like the day after either Kennedy was shot or, oh God, who shot Oswald? It was...
John Lennon.
No, John Lennon did not shoot Oswald.
Was it Sirhan?
I was thinking Sirhan, but he killed the other Kennedy.
Okay, let me...
Oh, what the heck? How can I forget this? Jack Ruby.
Oh, you're good.
And I don't remember whether that was the same day or he was in a holding cell and the next day they did it, but somewhere in that time frame. Anyway, this is all to say that Elliot Mintz. So, yes, we have breath mints today. I'm very, yeah, that's why we're calling it. I was either going to call the show Mincy Fresh, breath, fresh mints. But I thought Mint's Condition was kind of a neat moniker to give to the 818th episode of Dave's Gone By. So before we get to all the stuff that we got to do, I want to go inside Broadway because, that's our other segment, Inside Broadway, because I'm an actor, a director, a playwright, of course, and a theater critic, and have been for many years. And I love talking about the theater and just giving you a cultural overview of what's happening on Broadway. Not only is a lot going on Broadway right now, finally, after all this time, and understandably not for all that time, but I was at the Tonys last Sunday, sort of. Far away, virtually, on screen, and not actually watching the friggin' Tonys. I'll tell you all about that in our Inside Broadway segment. But I do have two clips of Rabbi Sol Solomon asking questions of a couple, fairly famous people. Kind of neat. So it's all there. This is the package of Dave's Gone By. So that stupid intro with the potato, no offense, potato, that was not, that's cleansing the palate for the show. Oh, I know. I'm sorry, potato. I'm coming for you. Oh, don't you sleep tonight. I have a pairing implement. Well, wouldn't a pairing implement be used on pairs? I don't know. Anywho. Hon, how was your week?
Well, at the farmer's market.
Oh, at the farmer's market? Oh, near the farmer's market. Yes, okay, yes. Before we do anything, we have to talk about this. This is like we had. And this is so incredibly appropriate for yours truly. If you've seen my play, The Miracle of Long John's, if you've watched or listened to this show for any period of time, if you've heard some of the songs I've written, God help you, you know that I am on some level, I've never grown above the age of 4, and am, never gone beyond toilet training or fecal obsessions and finding anything rectally, doodly oriented funny and wonderful. even to this date, I still laugh when someone farts. Yeah, I do. It's a wonderful. There you go. Well, last Sunday, Joyce and I, and by the way, this story does not involve a fart. Joyce and I want to take one of our typical pleasant Sundays within a pandemic, so we don't fly and we don't go anywhere, we don't do anything. But over the past few weeks, we're like, you know what? We can get out of the friggin' house. We can go to a local farmer's market that's about 3 miles away. And just, I mean, literally, we're there for 5 minutes, and that's the highlight of our day.
Oh, we go at 10, and then we walk the neighborhood for about
20. That we do. We've started doing that. But, we grab, and, Joyce is a vegetarian, so she'll eat organic stuff, and there's a bread guy there who makes nice bread, and then, so we go, and we grab what we need, and we try to avoid people.
Somebody doing some kind of
yeah. And so it's fine. It's a nice way to spend, especially the weather's great. And it's gotten cooler, of course. So it's a really lovely way. We buy our stuff, we walk around the neighborhood, and that's it. And that's our typical. And then we go off and get a tea or we get some breakfast.
You decide where you want your food. Like you went to that little burger joint, you have onion rings, or you have the salmon salad, or you get a bagel. Like you get to pick the place you want to eat too.
That is our standard sort of Sunday motif, if you will.
Yeah.
Last Sunday, was that the one we went to your folks first and then came back? Or no?
No, we never went both. I don't know, we might have.
I think we did. I think we actually took a really early trip to, So we saw her parents, and this was like, or she saw her parents, I went to the supermarket, and so that went great. So I think this is going to be a normal, gentle, typical, boring Sunday on Long Island. See her folks, come back from Queens, go to the farmer's market, and just have a nice... It turned out to be ass day. My voice cracked. Literally when I was saying that. I will say it again. It was ass day. Let me explain. We go to the farmer's market, which is near the train station, and there's parking about 3 blocks away. We go to a little lot that on Sundays you can, anybody can park in. So we go there.
No, this was, thank God, after we shopped at the market. But before we ate, of course.
Thank God. Well, before, We get our stuff back in the park. We go to the car and say, okay, let's take a little walk around the neighborhood. We put our stuff in the car, and in the parking lot, there's another car that's kind of open. The trunk is open. And there's a young kid, probably almost a teenager, kind of walking around the front of the car. And we look over and we say, what's going on? It's a Sunday afternoon. Maybe somebody's washing the window of the car or giving a rub down or packing stuff to go somewhere. Did you see it first or did I see it first?
I think it was. I think everybody in the whole community saw it at the same time.
We look over at the car.
Not good.
And there's a guy, and it's almost like he's not gonna. Is he standing in, or is he already in the car?
So he's bent over the tailgate of like a Suburban or some kind of car.
Right.
Bent over.
Yes. Well, he's
getting like a mini, like a wet vac, one of those vac. I think he lived in the car.
I don't mean. Well, if he didn't live in the car, he probably used it as a summer home.
It was so scary.
We're not talking about a trailer or a camper, a basic, big-ish kind of SUV car. He's got the back open. He's there. He's got blue jeans on, and I know this because, it's the second thing you notice. He was leaning over, doing some stuff in the car. And you know how they make fun of teenagers, like maybe 10, 15 years ago now, in lower class, quote-unquote, neighborhoods, where they just wear jeans and pants that are 5 times too big for them, so that the pants are sagging. Oh, no,
he was an older man. He should not have been
this is what I'm saying. No, this is so far back. So you see the kids, and you see their underwear, you see their underpants, just mostly you see the band of the underpants, mostly underpants, and then finally, there's the actual pants. It's sagging halfway below their hips, and it's just all around their legs. I'm like, how is that even comfortable? What statement is that making about you as a person, that you're wearing pants that are beyond, they're so loose, they're uncomfortable. You know, I grew up, I never wanted to wear a belt when I was a child. I hated belts because I thought, if your pants fit, you know, what do you need a belt for? It should fit, right?
I know why now.
And usually I wore my pants just too tight so they would fit. And then when I got to have a belt, I could loosen them a little bit. But I didn't wear them so loose, you know, unless there were times when I had the wrong size pair of pants and I would wear them and I would regret it because I would spend, you know, half the day hitching up my pants again. But I would realize when I was doing this that, oh, my pants are falling down. I better take my thumb and my forefinger and go bloop and pull them up so I can you know, walk for the next 5 minutes and not make a fool of myself. And so this man who's, I gotta say, 30s, maybe 40s, I never really saw his face. Just saw him from behind, literally. Bent over, and his pants were down below, just below the butt cheeks. Okay, I mean, it wasn't like they were just showing, you know, how the whole joke with the plumber and the plumber leans over and you see this was, and whether this man had underpants or not, we will never know. If he was, he wasn't showing them because all you saw was his entire naked ass on a Sunday morning as he's in the car. And he's not even, it's not like, oh, I think my pants fell down, yank. No, he's just working. He's just doing things in the car, moving things, siphons and boxes back and forth in, you know, leaned over into kind of over the trunk space towards where the back seat would be of this car. And his pants are down, like, not to his ankles, but below his hips, and you just see the full moon. In the driveway, front driveway, not like we cut through somebody's backyard and we're watching somebody in his private moment. This is in the parking lot, on the street, a middle-aged man's ass. Did I scream?
Yes.
I did.
No, you made it. We walked back and forth past that man's ass like 7 times.
Yeah, we walked a couple of times just to make sure that we weren't hallucinating. I'm glad you were with me because otherwise I would have thought it was like a gyra, or no, that's the wrong word, a chimera.
Yeah, just a phantasm.
Yeah, and by the time we finally came back after our walk, I was so disappointed. He was gone, and the car was gone. And then I never, because on the way back, I'm like, let me get my camera. And you're like, Dave, don't do it. I was like, I gotta get my camera. Because imagine if he had caught me taking his picture at that moment.
No.
I don't think he could have sued because his face wouldn't have been in the shot.
That's horrible.
He would have had to identify himself.
Like, people had, why didn't he just pull up his pants and wear suspenders?
I don't know.
I told you my grandpa, when he got really skinny, when he was sick, you know, and toward the end of his life,
Yeah.
you know, he didn't know that the rainbow suspenders were LGBT, you know, QTI, but he wore suspenders. Like, this man could just wear suspenders.
That's all it
doesn't inhibit your waist. Suspenders don't inhibit, or overalls. That's why they invented overalls for farmers.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see the, you know.
So, and as you noted, he didn't have a terrible ass. He had, you know, for a white person, he had
round cheeks.
Yeah, but it was kind of hairy and very pale, as an ass would be. Yes. Except maybe this guy's ass, if he does this all the time, it should probably be sunburned.
I never want to see that again.
Well, we're going back to that farmer's market.
The worst part, then we were sitting in the park eating our food, and what happened? El perro.
Oh, is this a...
The dog? The little girl had the dog?
Yes. So what we do is, because we're still not quite ready to eat inside a restaurant, we get our food. We buy some, you know, light food locally, and just for fun, we eat in the car, right? And so we're doing this, and this is our ritual. So we're sitting there in the local park near the house where we're living, right? And we're, you know, she's having her salad. I'm having like a bagel with bacon, you know, because look at me. And so we're having nice time. We've got the radio on, and then person is walking her dog, and the dog literally almost in front of the car, start squatting and shitting. I'm sorry, I've got bagel in my mouth. and it doesn't faze me at this point because for like 16 years, both of us owned 2 dogs. So it was a constant array of cleaning shit and throwing away shit and wrapping up newspaper and cleaning pee. And so, you're eating and it's, oh, there goes the dog. And you have to go and deal with it or so it would stink up the house. But I realized at that point, oh, this is ass day. On the radio, while we were listening to the radio and eating, we were listening to our favorite Caribbean broadcaster, David. Was it David Squeeze-Anarchy? Was it another show?
I believe it was someone preceding him.
Yeah, talking about how BioLife would solve rectal problems.
Yes. He was asking someone if they had a hemorrhoid.
Oh, hemorrhoid. That's right. He's like, oh, yeah, I have a hemorrhoid. And again, because it's me, I love that. Any other person would vomit, turn off the radio, go home, pull the covers over their heads and say, okay, I'm done for the day. That's it. I'm done. But me, being me, I'm like, could this day get any better? The only better thing we actually saw, it wasn't on the same day. It was actually yesterday. We were watching Joel McHale, his show on Netflix. And somebody actually gave a woman a tattoo on her back of a naked woman bent over and crapping. And you actually see like the poo coming out of it. And this is a tattoo on this woman's skin forever. Yeah. Life has just passed me. I mean, it's sort of like, the things I wouldn't even dream of for comedy 30 years ago when I was in college are now just like, oh yeah, turn on Netflix, there it is. In real life. Not even as comedy. Just, oh yeah, they as a thing, a friend gave this woman the worst tattoo ever. There it is.
I would not call that person a friend. I think that's definitely not.
No, but one of those tattoo shows that we watched at one point, they did that. There was like...
Yeah, those were quote-unquote friends, but this person, that's not nice.
No, it's not particularly
nice. At least it's
nice.
On your back so you don't have to see it. But anytime she goes for like a medical procedure or swimming...
Yes! Yes! Unless then she has to go on another tattoo reality show where they cover up the brown poops.
They need to cover that.
And it's like maybe they make a naked woman, I don't know, sitting on a brown pillow or being attacked by a brown bear. Or because they're into a teddy bear, I guess. That's maybe what they could do. I don't know. But it was ass day in my life last Sunday. I'm very, 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 very proud to say. And to that man, where, I'm expecting we'll be going back to the farmer's market tomorrow around the same time. So, fella, if you've got more stuff to do in your car, I will have my camera ready, and I will share as needed. Anywho, it's just about 9:30 Eastern Time here in the Daverhood. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. We're doing Dave's Gone By, our 818th episode of the show. We're calling it Mintz Condition. In honor of our upcoming guest, Elliot Mintz, we'll also have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, our Today, Yesterday quiz, and Greeley Crimes and Old Times. But I do want to get back to a segment that we haven't done in probably 2 months now on the show. We've been doing it for years and years. But I kind of got a little burned out, which is funny because I got burned out on theater a little bit, even though there's been no theater to talk about. I was doing the theater segment when there was no theater. Now there kind of is. And I'm just like, because I feel still iffy about physically going back to Broadway and sitting in a room with 1,200 people, I'm still like, do I really, if I put my energy and my thought into doing this segment and thinking about Broadway and theater again, is it going to make me want to go? Is this going to make me feel better about staying away? I don't know. We're going to find out. But what I did do was attend, in a strange manner of speaking that I will never do again, attended the Tony Awards press room virtually. The folks at Slate PR were kind enough to let me in.
You didn't.
Oh, well, I arranged the credentials, thank you, for Rabbi Sol Solomon to do the honors. I had to be there to work the controls and to make sure everything was going okay. But you're right, Rabbi Sol Solomon went to the Tony Awards, in a manner of speaking. It was a vindicating thing for us because not last year, there was no Tonys last year, but 2 years ago, we had requested press credentials for Rabbi Sol to be there on the red carpet, asking people, famous people coming up on the carpet, or the winners of the Tony Awards and the press. That's really, it's not the red carpet so much as the press room after that's over. When they come out and they're all flushed from being on stage and they're like, wow, and the flashbulbs popping, and you get to ask people questions. Rabbi Sol wanted to be in that hubbub asking his questions, and either because there were too many... No, I'm good. There were too many other media there, or they didn't know they didn't know about Rabbi Sol, and they thought he'd be like a Stuttering John character or something. And they said, oh, no, sorry, we can't grant you credentials for that. Stay home and watch the Tonys on TV, which, is probably the best way to see them. Well, not really. The best way is probably to sit there in the fifth row, orchestra, and actually watch the ceremony. But this time, because the Tonys have been so beleaguered, and Broadway's been so beleaguered, and it was such a weird time and situation for the Tonys to be in, I'll explain, that they were like, oh, yeah, okay, sure, you can be in the press room. Do you have any neighbors across the hall who might want to be in the Tony Awards press room? That's not true. No, it's not.
Really good people there. Interesting question.
Yeah. But anyway, I was there, and Rabbi Sol was there. And Rabbi Sol got to ask a couple of questions. And I'll tell you all about the Tony Awards and more in this segment of Dave's Gone By. It's called Inside. Come on, Broad. Okay, can I play this? Broad. Oh, I got to play from here. Sorry, hate this iTunes. I do hate this iTunes. Now, how do I do this? Hold on. La la la. Well, this is our intro theme.
There goes the Daverhood.
Thank you. We know that. Now, how about the Inside Broadway intro? Here it is. Should I do the old one? I'll just do the only one that comes up. Inside Broadway, a look at theater on and off Broadway and beyond. Brought to you by Total Theater and Performing Arts Insider. Curtain going up. Inside Broadway we go, here on Dave's Gone By. So yes, they had, I know you didn't know this because only 2.5 million people watched it, but the Tony Awards happened last Sunday night. And it was considered, the show itself, which I did not get to see, the actual Tony Awards broadcast itself on CBS TV, which wasn't even an award ceremony really either. Oh God, I don't even know where I keep having to roll back the beginning of this. So here's the deal. Broadway, of course, stopped in March of 2020. Okay, and that long ago, 1 week, all these shows were playing for, 30, 40 theaters on Broadway were full and running and so forth. And then wisely, understandably, the mayor and the governor were like, no, New York has to shut down for this little thing called COVID. And Broadway just kind of stopped just before the spring season, really. I mean, the spring season had started, but a lot of shows on Broadway open in March and April and very, very early May to be considered for that year's Tony Awards. So you had kind of half a season. And that left the American Theater Wing and the Broadway League and those folks like, well, what do we do? We want to honor the shows that did open in that season, but it was a very small season.
And they also want to sell tickets for the new stuff that's open.
Right.
Is that? Yeah.
So they, to have a Tony Awards ceremony that's going to be a commercial for Broadway a year ago, when nobody would be going to Broadway or buying any Broadway tickets in advance, because who knew? There was no rhyme nor reason. They didn't know what to do. So they held off, and they held off, and they held off. And finally they come up with a compromise that I guess pleased No one. So they made a deal, CBS made a deal with Paramount Plus, which I guess they own or they're a subsidiary or it's another company that they have a deal with. And they said, look, CBS, we're the Tiffany Network. We've been running the Tony Awards for decades. They're a jewel in our crown. Unfortunately, since Rosie O'Donnell and Neil Patrick Harris, ratings have just been going. So, and the first hour was on public television. Let's try and make some other kind of a deal. So they worked it out with Paramount Plus and the Tony Awards people to have 2 full hours of the Tony Awards, the actual real ceremony of people getting the awards they've worked for and very often deserved, and making their speeches and having a little bit about them, and doing that as a pay-per thing on Paramount Plus only, which, fine for CBS, I guess, monetarily, fine for,
The thing is, they had the thing where you could get a week free, so they,
right.
A lot of people probably did that too.
Well, they were probably looking at the Hamilton model. I'm sorry to mention the H word, but they probably looked at Hamilton a year and a half ago and went, wow, here's this show. Disney Plus had X many subscribers, or I guess it's called Disney Plus. Millions of people are going to join this cable service just to pay however much on Hamilton. And we're going to lose a chunk of them after a month. When they try it for free, they want to see Hamilton, they want to watch some other stuff for the kids, but we'll probably keep a large percentage of those people when they see what else we have to offer. It's the best commercial we could ever have, and it seems to have worked for Disney. So I'm sure CBS and Paramount were thinking, okay, we've got theater people, we're going to keep 2 hours on regular CBS television, right? We're going to keep the 2-hour Tony Awards of, not the awards, but all the songs, all the big musical numbers and the old-time stars singing classic numbers of Broadway, and all the quote-unquote fun stuff of the awards ceremony without the awards. And we'll keep that from 9 to 11 p.m. on CBS. Regular, over-the-air, bunny ear aerial CBS. And then Paramount can have the first 2 hours and have most of the awards and the speeches and the yak. And they made that deal, which, first of all, was not very nice for people who are not living in New York and who miss Broadway terribly. People who want to grow up to be Broadway actors and performers and designers.
Talked about that a lot of the Tonys, like for people, actors. I mean, most people are acting really now. We're doing Instacart, Fresh Direct, they're waiters.
True. I mean, anybody could essentially go and sign up and get Paramount Plus, but people called it sort of a slap in the face to people who supported Broadway, loved Broadway, will save their pennies to pay ridiculous Broadway prices to go see a show once or twice a year, come to New York and do that. And suddenly they want to see these big, glamorous stars and also these great craftspeople, and they can't even watch those 2 hours of the ceremony because you have to pay for it. It's only on a pay service. You can't just turn on CBS as you had been able to, or public television, for years and years and years and watch it. So that was suddenly kind of off limits unless you paid $7 and you signed up and you did this and that. Okay. Well, it's not. It's not. It's kind of like when they raised Potato Day in Greeley from about $4 per person to $7, right? And it was sort of like, well, you're just kind of wandering around a field for an afternoon, and you get a free cooked baked potato, right? And for $4, it's like, okay, well, you get all the fixins, and you get to wander around, and you get to see the blacksmith, and the this, and the butter maker, and the taco maker, and okay, it's kind of worth it. $7 already. Now you've got a family, they're wandering in, and it's $40 before they've even spent any money on the craft that they sell at these things. So I kind of feel, I can understand people feeling that way too. And then the bitch of it is that a lot of people no longer have either rabbit ears aerial television or they've given up cable.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's actually the truth, yeah. That's very true.
Now, if you've done that, and you don't have a cable provider, you're internet only, you're So you're a Netflix person. You've got, what was the flash stick thing?
Cut the cable, Venmo, not Venmo,
Hulu. Hulu and Amazon, and what's that thing that you plug in to
a Fire Stick?
Fire Stick, thank you, yeah.
I don't know anybody who really uses it.
Well, but the thing is, you've got a lot of people who watch YouTube, who use their computer as their entertainment center. It might be hooked up to a TV, but they're no longer...
And some people don't hook up the computer to anything. Wait.
So, but these people suddenly, and it's sort of like where we were, where Joyce and I, our room, we don't have a regular TV here. Okay, downstairs in another part of the house is a TV, but I had, and Rabbi Sol had to work, quote unquote, that night. We had to be in the press room. Would have been real nice to have an actual broadcast TV.
Or
showing the Tonys.
My thing was, why didn't they just have put the speakers and questions in breakout rooms,
right?
And then you could have opened the mic and let everyone speak, and then you could have, had the main room, or you could have had, what you could have done, you could have had one of the breakout rooms as the TV, and then brought people from the breakout rooms to the main room to ask questions. Either it was just weird.
It was I'll explain what happened, because. The thing is, in, I guess, the old style Tony press room, when they brought all the press people, all the journalists, the broadcasters, into a room just off a wing, I guess, of Radio City Music Hall or the theater, or across the street from the theater, and they parade the stars from the ceremony to the room. And I have to imagine that in that room, at the very least, there's a monitor or a couple of them that's showing the Tony Awards while they're happening. So that coming, so-and-so, they won the award. Okay, get ready with some questions. That's who'll come into this area 5 minutes from now. We know, they won. Yay, they're coming, blah, blah, blah. But the way they had it is for us people who were virtually press. Basically, we're just in a Zoom room.
No, you were press virtually. You weren't virtually press.
True. That's right. Yeah, we were press in a virtual situation. and most of it, literally, we spent 4 hours of the Tony, both the first 2 hours of awards and then the rest of mostly performances, which we did not see. We were literally just staring at a CBS logo half the time. And then they say, okay, we're going to be bringing in so-and-so, right? Lauren Patton won the thing for this. We're bringing her in like a minute and a half. And then you get about 3-4 minutes. They would take 2 or 3 questions from the press. That was it, like 2 or 3 questions from press. You get to perhaps, if your hand was raised and they called on you, you ask it, she'd answer, great, press it. You get your clip, you get your stuff. And then she'd go off, and then it'd be 10 minutes of dead nothing. And finally, they figured out, hey, maybe we can try showing the ceremony on the side here so that you actually, you can see who's winning. You can actually see some of the damn performances of one of the reasons you wanted to be a journalist covering Broadway in the first place, right? And when they figured it out, finally, and then they had technical glitches that killed it, so there was no audio, and then they lost the feed. I'm complaining, I'm being a little bit of a churlish, but it would have been... And what made me also angry at CBS, and this is the thing, that if you didn't have cable or you didn't have a TV pulling signal from the air, there was no place on the internet where you could watch the free 2-hour CBS broadcast live at all, unless you watched the whole thing on Paramount. So in other words, if you didn't have some cable provider giving you CBS so that you can watch the free part.
No, but CBS was Paramount or whatever.
Paramount, but the point is, like, if you had cable or a regular TV, you could watch the 2 hours.
TV too?
It was on regular television, but you couldn't find it on the internet. If you wanted to watch,
that makes no sense.
I know,
because I'll tell you something. Like, so this is the dilemma.
Yeah.
Everybody on Broadway said, "Oh, we want Broadway to be accessible to all these rich people talking about it."
Yeah.
And we want ticket prices to come down under 100, blah, blah, blah. But most people who are under 30, right, millennials, post-millennials, right, are watching TV with no cable. They're not watching TV. They're watching it on some internet-based So if you want to attract people that you're speaking of, you're not providing a platform that, and they're used to free stuff. They're not used to. You're preaching to the choir.
Yeah. I mean, if it had been on Netflix, I wouldn't be surprised if like 5 million people would watch.
Yeah, I mean, or
and people are paying for Netflix,
just,
obviously,
they could
but
stream just the Tony stuff on their live open access, you know?
Right, they did not do that, which really ruined the night for me, because if I could have just kind of tuned in,
Yes.
even on a second
You
computer.
didn't know who won, so you kept saying what categories that people were typing in the chat. What category? Who won what?
Yeah. And this dovetails with again what I used to bitch about, and then there were journalists bitching about this too, and they're still doing this.
What?
Of when we lived in Colorado, and I was writing about the Tonys for Stage Buddy, or I was gone from Playbill by then, but or just for Total Theater or somewhere else, and I was writing about the Tonys live, trying to blog, and watching the Tonys on TV. Great, fine, but it was Colorado. And so I'd be watching Audra McDonald winning some award, and she had already won 2 hours ago. For some insane reason, and they don't do this with sports. They don't do this with any other award ceremony, but with the Tonys, they decide that, well, New York, it's Eastern time, it's live 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock, 9 to 11, but an hour or 2 hour delay in Central and Mountain Pacific time.
It makes no sense.
I mean, everybody's just, you look on Twitter, oh, so-and-so won. Really? I guess I'll see that in 2 hours.
I don't understand that.
It is absolutely fucking madness. And if the CBS thinks it's doing something right this way, or the Tony Awards, they were certainly disabused of this notion, because, well, for various reasons, these were the lowest rated Tonys ever.
But also, they're Tonys where there were no shows.
That too. That helps.
You're making people pay for something where there's nothing new.
Well, they did hold it until things did start reopening. They did do that, but it was, and then there were not that many shows to go through. In other words, for Best Musical, right? There were 3 nominees for Best Musical. Okay, Tina, Jagged Little Pill, and Moulin Rouge. What do those 3 musicals have in common?
Say it again.
Tina,
Yeah.
Jagged Little Pill, Moulin Rouge.
Women. A lot of women-led stuff.
Nicely put.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What else?
All music. All music.
Yeah,
Dancing. Makeup.
Oh, yeah.
Costumes.
Yes.
Catfighting.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. Well, maybe not Tina so much. Tina, cat and dog fighting.
Diga.
Well, what do you know about Tina? What is Tina about?
Oh, domestic violence. Her husband beat her.
Whose?
Ike.
And Tina Turner,
yeah.
right. Moulin Rouge, right? Based on the movie by Baz Luhrmann.
Oh, aren't they like prostitutos, sex workers?
Yeah.
No?
And what's the music like?
I don't know.
Oh, in the movie and in the show. It's all songs that were hit, like Lady Marmalade and...
Oh, about women empowerment?
Well, they're all songs that existed long before the show came into being. It's a jukebox.
Oh, so these are not original songs?
None of them.
Is that what you're trying to
None of them. Jagged Little Pill, which is far and away my favorite of the 3.
It's not, those songs were not written for the show. They were adapted from existing songs.
Jagged Little Pill is adapted from the
Alanis
album
Morissette.
Jagged Little Pill and several other Alanis Morissette albums after that. All 3 of the best musicals, not one of them was an original, quote-unquote, musical with an original score. Not one! I've ranted when there were musicals up for Tonys and the best musical was given to a musical with old like Contact. Pissed me off. And I think Fosse won best musical. How can it be best musical? It's like, it's music from Steam Heat. What,
I think West Side Story is going to come back.
No, that's the one show that didn't reopen.
Oh, wow. That's a shame.
But it's sort of like, and that's where the season left it. Had it stayed open a couple more weeks, there would have at least been a couple of musicals that were written with music. To the point where Best Original Score went to like an adaptation of A Christmas Carol, and all the others were like underscoring for plays. And nobody wrote the music for Harry Potter. Who the fuck remembers that? Seriously. And so there was that going on too. 2.5 million people which sounds like a lot. I wish I had 2.5 million viewers here watch the Tonys. That was down 50%
Of course,
from the previous
claro,
Tony
claro,
Awards.
claro.
Yeah.
Does that surprise anyone? No.
Well, I'm a little bit. I mean, you
Doesn't
figure,
surprise me.
because people, let's not forget that Broadway before the pandemic was the most profitable it had ever been, ever. Billions and billions of dollars. Tickets were $250 for a show.
But David,
People were paying it.
Most people who know Broadway know there was nothing new produced, and they know it's not going to be like the traditional Tony, and then they have to go through a maze to find it. Nobody's going to do that.
And the irony was, from what I heard, and the little bits that I did see of the Tony Awards, it was really well done. And it was very serious. They had Audra McDonald and I think Leslie Odom Jr. from the H Word. And the musical numbers worked, and it was serious but fun. And yes, it was very, very woke. You never had two white people walk out on stage together. There was always like a white and a black, or two blacks, or always, which is good. But I mean, and some of that was in your face in the speechifying, but not so much in the actual, the fun part of the broadcast. But
what was your favorite part then?
I don't know. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I mean, I saw little bits of it, right?
Are they going to release any part of it after?
I don't know. One of the nice things is there's somebody, God bless them, on YouTube who went and collected Tony Awards, the full. I used to tape them on videotapes, and somebody from YouTube just put them on and grabbed all these CBS broadcasts. Must have recorded them themselves or got kinescopes and shit. Just from like the 1950s on, have the full Tony Awards.
You downloaded them?
I've got them. Oh yeah. Order! Oh. Haven't been able to get the last couple of years, but maybe they'll get this past one, I hope. Because I'd like to see it. I know Moulin Rouge looked, it looked stupid. Gaudy, but stupid. I didn't really get to see much else of the show. But let me, before I run so far over with this segment, because we have Elliot Mintz coming up in the Daverhood. Let me do say that, I'll tell you who won the Tony Awards of the 2019, 20, and 21 Tonys. Let me get the information for you on that. Moulin Rouge, which is really, it's a spectacle. It's got some good melodrama in it. It's really talented actors. Just not my thing. It won 10 Tony Awards for Best Musical, Best Director of a Musical. Our friend of the neighborhood, Danny Burston. I'm very happy about this. Danny Burston, he won finally a Best Feature Actor in a Musical Tony Award. And it was he's had, as everybody knows, he's had such a year with losing his wife, Rebecca Luker, to ALS. And he had a terrible bout with COVID when she was still, it was just, he's had the worst possible time. And then a little bit of a recompense is he won a Tony on Sunday night. I also won for Best Choreography. So, a little bit of a happiness thing here. Diablo Cody won for Best Book, and she wrote the book for Jagged Little Pill. I thought she did a terrific job corralling essentially an album into a musical. Hell of a lot better than they ever did with Tommy. So yay for her. And yay for Lauren Patton, featured actress in a musical. She just tears the house down. She's marvelous. So, speaking of Diablo Cody, Rabbi Sol Solomon got to talk briefly to Diablo Cody in the press room of the Tony Awards. So I'm going to have to share my screen somehow and figure this out.
Do you need help?
I just have to minimize all this crap on my screen and then share. Where's my little share screen? Here it is. I guess I'll do desktop 1. Oh, how cool. Now you see my desktop. Now let's see Rabbi Sol Solomon asking Diablo Cody a question last Sunday after she had won the Tony Award for Best Book. Come on, open up. For Jagged Little Pill.
Shalom. This is
Rabbi Sol Solomon. I am the co-host of Dave's show. Mazel Tov, Diablo. Mazel Tov on book.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
So my question is, one thing that young playwrights and writers and composers learn is kill your darlings when you're working on a show. Was there a scene or song when you were working on Jagged Little Pill that you loved, but then for the good of the show, for the length of the show, you had to cut and it just killed you, but you had to do it?
Oh, absolutely. Of course. I mean, we used to have so many more scenes of the kids, the teenage cast in high school, talking about their sort of trials and tribulations. And I love that stuff. I'm obsessed with writing teenagers, but unfortunately, because it wasn't really driving the story that much, we had to cut a lot of that stuff. I'm killing darlings left and right all the time. It's part of the gig.
True. Well, mazel tov again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
4 hours. 4 hours to get that, but she was great. She was delightful to answer that question. Another winner at Sunday's Tony Awards was Matthew Lopez, and this was the shock. I know I'm a little tiny. I'm setting up the clip. Matthew Lopez, and this I have to say made me pretty happy because there was a big play, a very woke play on Broadway called Slave Play, and it got bunches and bunches of nominations, right? And some of it was brilliant, and some of it was just a lot of in your face and sort of juvenile, and it was.
When you're talking, put up the Tony Award picture. You have it right there.
Oh, I can do that. Hold on. Yeah, yeah, let's do that. This is what it looked like in the. There we go. Yeah, there we go. That's great. Thank you, Ben. And so Slave Play, which absolutely very talented writer, a lot to say. In fact, he had so much to say that he crammed it all into this way overlong piece where you had to sit there for 2 hours and 20 minutes without an intermission. So my head was like, brilliant as some of this is, I want to get out of here. Fine, whatever. Jeremy O. Harris, certainly a talent to watch. But you figured, that's going to win all the awards, and the New York Times loves it, and all the woke and the left people love it, and so forth. Well, it came away, I don't know if it should have come away empty, but it did come away empty. Didn't win any of the many awards that it was up for. However, 2 of the awards went to another flawed play, another even longer play, although it was broken into 2 parts with intermissions in each.
7 years.
But a play that was very well worked out, very involving, about gay people and one generation of gay people and their effect on a whole other generation. And E.M. Forster's in there. But it is a very heartfelt, well-considered play with a lot of really good stuff in it, too. I just liked it. What can I say? I just liked it better, much better than Slave Play. So I was happily shocked when The Inheritance won for Best Play by Matthew Lopez. And Lopez won for writing it. And The Inheritance also won something, it won for Lois Smith, beloved Lois Smith, who's 91 years old. And she's a featured actor. She doesn't even come into the show until part 2, in the second act of part 2. And she's on for about 40 minutes. But it's a good scene. Anywho, Rabbi Sol got to talk to the author, Matthew Lopez, of The Inheritance. And let me make that big. And here he is. Shalom, Matthew. This is Rabbi Sol Solomon. I work with Dave. And mazel tov on your win.
Thank you so much.
The Inheritance is such a complicated play with so many characters. In your writing of it, was it just one computer file in front of you, or did you make index cards? Did you draw pictures, or think of famous actors in the roles? How did you do it?
I all of the above. I love index cards. Index cards are a writer's best friend. I have stacks and stacks and stacks of them at home in my office. And I when I was plotting out the play, it was just index card, moments and moments, and I would lay them out on the floor, and I would take pictures of them in case like a stiff breeze came into the room. And it really was a process of breaking the story down to its elemental component parts, and then using that to build the story. But yeah, index cards for sure were my best friend on this thing.
Well, lovely job. I'm glad they came together. Mazel tov again.
Thank you.
Matthew Lopez there talking to Rabbi Sol in the press room. Let me open myself up. How do I reopen this? I'm hoping that is the way.
Just stop sharing.
Oh, right. There we go.
Stop sharing.
There we go. Hello. I'm back. Thank you. That's my technical advisor, Joyce. So, oh my gosh, we have a lot of Inside Broadway to get through before we get to Elliot Mintz in a few minutes. So let me blast through this and remind you that you're watching Dave's Gone By with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my wonderful wife, Joyce. It's our 818th episode live on this Saturday morning, October 2nd, 2021. And in case you were interested, and not a lot of people were, some of the other Tony Award winners were Mary Louise Parker in the quite interesting and involving drama The Sound Inside. Aaron Tveit expectedly won for Moulin Rouge, lead actor in a musical. Basically, he was the only nominee in that category. So if he hadn't run, he would have literally had to leave town.
Yeah, but you know what? It doesn't matter because you still want a Tony.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, he's entitled.
It shouldn't take away from the victory.
Yeah. This was a real horse race.
Nominate more than
I don't know how they managed that, but they did. They did. Lead actor in a musical, Aaron Tveit. Lead actress in a musical went to Adrienne Warren, who is an absolute powerhouse in Tina. She beat Karen Olivo, who wasn't even there because she's gone against Broadway because Broadway isn't woke enough. So she's gone from Moulin Rouge. And she beat Elizabeth Stanley, who was marvelous in Jagged Little Pill. Our friend of the Daverhood, Julie Holston, won for her charitable work. She got an Isabel Stevenson Special Award from the Tonys. Yay. And Woody King Jr., as we've been telling you, he got an honor for excellence in theater for founding the New Federal Theater. So our friend
Is that like the
Woody King
Atco
Jr.
Award? Is that the Atco Award?
No. Oh, I don't know if they gave one to regional theater this year.
I thought that was the...
No, ACCA gives one to regional theater. I don't know.
I'll look it up for you.
Please, yeah. Huh, I don't even remember if we did a regional theater award. I'm a member of the American Theater Critics Association, and we generally help the Tonys pick which regional theater to give a Tony to, and I don't know if we did this year. I don't recall. By the way, best revival of a play went to A Soldier's Play, which beat out a marvelous revival of Betrayal. David Alan Grier won for actor.
So the last one, it said it's the 2010s. The last one, it says 73rd Tony's 2019.
Yeah.
Theater Works Silicon Valley. They didn't update Wikipedia for it.
Because nobody was going to regional theater. There was nothing to...
I didn't see anything.
Wow.
So last year was... I'll look. You could ask David Sheward, too.
I could, yeah, I'm sure he was watching the actual show.
Yeah, I don't see...
So anyway, let me give you some other, because I need to motor on this. I want to give you some other Broadway news. First of all, the play that did not win any awards had some weird timing. A few hours after the Tonys were over, they announced that Slave Play is coming back in a limited run. Because I guess they assumed, we're going to win Best Play and a couple of other awards. We'll build on that, and hey, you missed Slave Play? We're bringing it back. Well, they're bringing it back. So, and it wasn't, by the way, it closed before the pandemic. It closed back in January because the people who wanted to see it saw it, but now more people are interested in it, and it is a very current and au courant play. So Jeremy O. Harris's comedy, it is a wild comedy with dark themes, Slave Play, will be coming back.
They don't have it listed anywhere for regional. I don't see it.
Yeah. It'll be at the August Wilson Theater, and it'll reopen in early December and run just through my birthday, January 23rd. Want to let you know that another play that I don't really like, that a lot of people find very important, so I'm not always right about these things, The Skin of Our Teeth, the Pulitzer Prize-winning Thornton Wilder weird comedy drama about a domestic family that lives through the Ice Age, the World Wars, and then into sort of a new kind of horrible apocalyptic age, is coming back. They're reviving that again. And they're going to be doing it at the, do I have the theater on? Well, it's going to be on Broadway. Lincoln Center Theater will be doing it at the Vivian Beaumont. Liliana Blaine Cruz will be directing this revival. Hasn't been on Broadway, wow, since 1975. It was a flop revival with Elizabeth Ashley and Alfred Drake in it. I remember a TV version that they did with Seda Thompson, I think, and Harold Gould and Blair Brown as the sexy little maid. And I watched it like 2 or 3 times and just could not get it. But maybe this will be the 3 times is the charm. The Skin of Our Teeth coming back to Broadway in the months ahead. I don't have dates on that yet. Well, speaking of Broadway being there and then not there and then there, this was the week that Aladdin reopened on Broadway. Big hit show, been running since March of 2014. They reopened, they had a big reopening night, and then the next night they closed because of breakthrough cases of COVID in the cast and the staff. And then they fixed it up. It was a couple of false positive things. They reopened the next night. And then they closed 2 nights later. And they're going to be closed for 2 more weeks now at the New Amsterdam Theater. I feel bad, of course, for Alan Menken, our friend of the Daverhood, who co-wrote Aladdin. But it's going to be a couple of weeks now. Everybody's waiting for those other shoes to drop. All these other shows opening. And Aladdin, I'm sure, had to be especially careful because I'm sure a quarter of the audience is kids. Kids who have not yet been vaxxed.
That's very true. The kids are not vaccinated.
Yeah. Kids are not going to slave play. Kids are not going to some of these other shows. Yeah,
Smart kids are.
Yeah, but Aladdin, they're going to, so we will see. And they're going to be doing yet another Broadway Macbeth. Sam Gold, who directed Fun Home and The Doll's House Part 2.
Is it going to be traditional?
It doesn't seem like it. The way they're doing the campaigning and the ad for it, it almost seems like they're pushing Lady Macbeth as the star of the show more than Macbeth himself, even though Macbeth is being played by a little fella named Daniel Craig, whom you may know as Bond, James Bond. Well, Craig was last in a 2013 Broadway revival of Harold Pinter's Betrayal, and he's going to be opposite English actress Ruth Negga. I'm pronouncing that really friggin' carefully. She was an Oscar nominee for the 2016 film Loving. Anyway, if you want more information on that, it's MacbethBroadway.com. It's going to run from March until June, a limited run at the Lyceum Theater on Broadway.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
I wish that, you know what I wish?
What?
I wish that every show that did it in person, if Broadway was smart, they would have a way to block video, recording video, but they would also stream. So every time they do a show, they'd say, okay, you want to see the stream version? It's whatever,
Yeah.
And then,
If Broadway was smart and the unions allowed, Broadway would love to do that shit. Producers would love to have another literal and figurative stream of footage and revenue. But good luck working that out with all the unions and the actors and what they're,
Yeah,
so.
but you know what? Some money is better than no money.
Well, in this economy, maybe. And last thing, one last piece. Just want to let you know that a show that will be opening, not reopening, but opening on Broadway this coming week, October 7th, is Ruben Santiago Hudson's Lackawanna Blues. It's a solo show about his growing up and his the woman who raised him.
I'd love to see that. I would love to take Mommy to that. She's Pennsylvanian.
Will you? Can you?
Neither one of us can.
I think he filmed it. There's a film of it that we can watch. But
I want to see it. Yeah.
Manhattan Theater Company is reviving the off-Broadway play. It's going to be on Broadway now at the Samuel J. Friedman Theater. It was supposed to open a couple of days ago, but this is the kind of year it's been. Ruben Santiago Hudson, our friend in the neighborhood, threw his back out.
Oh, Lord.
And he had to cancel a couple of performances and move up the opening date. So now it's going to be opening October 7th. And it's running only through Halloween. So if you're thinking about going to Broadway and supporting a friend of the neighborhood and seeing a show that has gotten great reviews all around in its previous iterations, Lackawanna Blues on Broadway at the Samuel J. Friedman Theater. Well, and that is Inside Broadway.
It's the famous gay white way, where the night is bright as day. Ain't Broadway grand?
Yes, it is, ladies and gentlemen. Broadway's grand, and it's grand to be doing this program, Dave's Gone By, with me, Dave Lefkowitz. I want to thank our friends at Hewlett Minuteman Press for doing the great work that they do. I can't tell you to go to them. I can't tell you to shop there, because that's a no-no, because we're on public access cable, and Altice doesn't like it. Whatever. I won't. You won't hear me say anything in terms of commerce of Minuteman Press, except to say the Torang family, great people to do not business with, but some friendly transactions with. Did you know that they do printing and copying and silk screening and stuff like that? Well, check it out for yourself. I'm not going to tell you how, but it's Hewlett Minuteman Press. There you go. Now, it's 10 after 10 in the morning Eastern Time on Dave's Gone By. Rabbi Sol Solomon, whom you heard doing doing these interviews, very brief ones, in the press room of the Tonys with Diablo Cody and with Matthew Lopez, he has much more time to ask and be expansive with our new friend of the Daverhood, our guest on the show, who is Elliot Mintz, longtime broadcaster, also a public relations guru. Elliot is the creator of the Lost Lenin tapes, if you remember those. He used to be on Channel 7 in California doing interviews on Eyewitness News. You'll see him, you won't see him because he chose to do audio only in the interview. So you're going to be looking at Rabbi Sol's puss for an hour while he talks to the one, the only, mincy fresh Elliot Mintz. Let me just share, screen here once again so that I can bring the one, the only, the Jewish Rabbi Sol Solomon into the day. There he is, looking and ain't he cute. Here's Rabbi Sol and Elliot Mintz. Shalom, my friends. Shalom uvracha. This is your old pal, Rabbi Sol Solomon, delighted and thrilled to be with you. Now, you know, just like Dave, I love radio and I love music too. Those two things together, well, if you're talking about those two things, you cannot go wrong talking to our guest today in the Daverhood. This man, maybe, perhaps, the first thing you might remember him from is having a show on the radio called The Lost Lenin Tapes, because he was friends with John and Yoko. He represented them for a while, sort of off the cuff, and he had all these tapes and all these things of Lenin that he created a radio show out of. But he's done so much more on the radio. He's interviewed so many people. He was on LA television doing this, and now he's got one of the most wonderful websites you've ever seen of an archive. It's Elliot Mintz and his website, ElliotMintz.com. He's going to tell you all about it and what you can partake of there. But right now, we are partaking of this nice Jewish boy, Elliot Mintz. Shalom, Elliot.
Shalom, Rabbi. It's a pleasure to talk with you, and I only wonder where you get your energy.
Please, it's just, you know where it comes? It comes from Hashem. Where else would it come from? This, of course, is where it comes from. Yes.
Where else would it come from? Yes, indeed.
Now, how have you been enjoying the Jewish holidays? Do you celebrate any of that at all at this point, or you're more spiritual, or what?
I celebrate them. I celebrate them more probably in a spiritual way than in an Orthodox way. Although this particular Yom Kippur, I participated in a very traditional Yom Kippur dinner with three of my closest friends, and it was food-wise, it was according to biblical law. We didn't do the prayer recitations that I used to do with my father as a child growing up. But so there was certainly the religious component to the High Holy Days, and throughout the rest of the days of the year, I like to think of myself as a spiritual person who sometimes falls shy of the rituals.
That sounds, I fall far shy of everything, but even the rituals I do, and I move on. You can't look back, you gotta go forward. Although, I do want to look back a little bit, because the producer, the host of this program, Dave, lost his father a couple of months ago. So I'm kind of curious, it just occurs to me to ask you, what is your fondest memory of your papa?
A question I've never been asked before. Let me just reflect on that for a second of my fondest singular memory. Like so many things in life that are so impactful, like a son's relationship to a parent, everything seems to immediately go by like a quick moving slideshow. So it's difficult for me to pull one out of the air. But there is a composite picture of my father that runs through my mind right now of him smiling. He would never end a conversation without telling a joke. He loved to laugh. And although he was a sober, intelligent man with many versatile interests, he once said to me, Elliot, the thing that you should do that you don't do enough of? And this was an unusual question for my dad to ask me. He was a very permissive father. And I said, no, Pop, what do you recommend? And he said, you should laugh more. There should be more laughter in your life. So as you asked that question, I just closed my eyes here for a moment. I saw my dad with that smiling face that he always had.
Wow, I'm very glad I asked that. But were you able to take that to heart? Have you had lots of laughs in your life, and are you able to go there, or are you more a serious, down in the dumps kind of person like me?
No, I am not a down in the dumps kind of person. That I am not. I'm not demonstratively, outwardly a humorous person. I don't tell jokes well, and people don't see me laughing a whole lot. Unlike my dad and others that I know, you see the joy. Just when you shake hands with them and say, I haven't seen you in a while, and they just kind of light up. With me, I think most of my expressions are more internal. I'm a little bit more introverted than extroverted. So the last time that I just rolled on the floor laughing about either a joke or a circumstance or a situation, no, I can't recall one of those in a number of years. So I think some people are just, that expression, they wear their heart on their sleeve.
Of course, I do it with my liver, but yes.
That's an example. Yeah, you're a more I can just tell in the first few minutes of speaking with you that you are a more revelatory and celebratory man than me. Good for you.
Well, I appreciate that thought, and I appreciate your sharing these kind of personal things about yourself. Especially, I have to ask, you express yourself in a very particular way. Were you on like debate teams when you were in high school?
No.
Have you rolling on the floor now? No, because you have this cadence. You should be on public television. Well, you didn't have to be. You had a great career without it. But just like someone who can get up there in this measured way, speaking full sentences with commas in the middle of them all over the place. How do you do it?
I'll tell you, Rabbi. As a teenager, I had a terrible stutter. I had a real speech issue. I wouldn't be able to get through a sentence without sounding like that. Literally, I'm not making fun of people who stutter. It's a really serious situation. I developed it for some unknown reason when I was 16, and it stayed with me for a few years. It was ironic that I would wind up in Los Angeles when I was around 18, attending broadcasting classes at LA City College. And I walked into the class on the first day with a very heavy New York accent. I'd never left New York before. I'd been in LA. And a partial stutter. And I told the instructor, so look, I want to go to be a person who talks to people on the radio. I mean, it almost sounds like a Saturday Night Live skit, but it was through speech therapy classes and speech therapy exercises, and laying on my back with a 20-pound typewriter on my solar plexus to do breathing exercises to learn how to slow down my speech pattern. And as a result of the training and getting past the speech impediment, I wound up with the whatever accent or however I sound. People tend to think that I sound more Canadian than anything. And in those days, in the early FM radio days, the training was for you not to sound different, but for you to sound like everybody else on the radio. The FM DJ, they all sounded alike, if you can think back at whoever you listened to late in the evening. So it just hung around. I don't try deliberately to talk slowly or to purposely enunciate. It just came out of maybe an overdose reversal drive of something that as a child had verbally imprisoned me.
Wow. By the way, I tried to sound like Nemeth. Did not work. Did not. And you know who Nemeth is because you're a radio guy. But this is the thing that shocked me, because now we think of you as a publicist, publicist to the stars and doing all that. But you were not just in FM radio and not just radio, but underground. Right? That very phrase has a certain romance for music lovers and radio lovers of it general. Tell us about life in underground radio, just some memories that come to you.
Underground radio that emerged out of the 1960s, created by a man named Tom Donahue, who did a radio show in San Francisco, later became the program director, and introduced a format that would sound different than everybody else who was on the radio. How did it sound different? Well, if you were a DJ in the old days, you played 1, 2, 3 songs, sometimes from a playlist, what you were told to play on the radio, or the most popular songs that people were listening to. You would play singles off of them. You would introduce the next song, you would do the commercial, you come back. What Tom Donahue did was, he said, do anything you want. Mix together songs and sounds from a variety of musical sources. If you want to come out of a Grateful Dead tune and segue into an Indian raga for a couple of minutes, do that. Put 4 or 5 of them together, hold the commercials, so you just do a block of them so people go uninterrupted. Talk if you want. Take phone calls on the air from listeners if you want. Be real. Don't try to sound like a disc jockey. Just try to sound like a friend. This was quite revolutionary in the 60s, and because radio was so regimented at the time. That was the birth of what was referred to then as underground radio. It was just an alternative to the traditional sound that you heard.
So it wasn't like pirate radio where you were 100 miles off the coast of California. You were on an FM band, maybe on a college dial, but but it was a different kind of radio than what you were on AM.
Oh yeah, it was the style of broadcasting, not the location. I did shows on, I think, 6 or 7 different radio stations before I was syndicated around the country. And as I went from station to station to station, I just did, what Elliot Mintz used to do on the radio. I'd talk to people, but not in 5-minute sound bites. I would talk with them for however long the conversation had life, which could mean a half hour or 45 minutes or more. We didn't set up ground rules about what we could talk about, what we couldn't talk about. I didn't welcome guests who were just there to plug a book or a record or on a promotional tour. It was to have conversations like you have in the living room, but to share them with an audience. So I took that style with me in my suitcase from station to station to station.
And how did then you grow that career to eventually being on TV as an entertainment reporter out in Los Angeles? And instead of just staying in radio, you branched out in a way.
Well, one of the stations along the media highway that I appeared on doing a talk show was KABC Radio in Los Angeles. owned at the time by, the ABC networks. I believe that they're now all owned by Disney. I'm not sure. But I was doing a talk show 5 nights a week, basically, interviewing the guests the way I always did, taking phone calls from listeners, sometimes no guests, just talking to listeners. And, it developed some degree of popularity. So the ABC broadcasting company said, look, if this guy is talking to Mick Jagger or whoever it is on the radio, what we should do is put him on Eyewitness News on the TV show, doing the same kind of things. And maybe he would appeal to a younger audience, and maybe he would have access to some of these people who, were not terribly comfortable just talking to another guy in a suit. So I just became the entertainment correspondent for Eyewitness News while doing the radio show at the same time. I think that went on for a year or two. It was a lot of work. I was spending more time on the air than off the air.
Wow. I'm a little bit jealous on this, but wow. Let me ask you, Elliot Mintz. We know, and we will certainly get to your special relationship with John and Yoko, but I'm curious, what is one or two of the worst interviews that you ever had?
Well, I never tell tales at school, so I won't give you a name, but there was a person around, I think, in the 1970s who was a really, really, really great artist. And he had a number of hits. I loved his music. I loved his songs. And, I was in touch with his publicist. I don't know how it exactly took place, but it was agreed that I was going to meet with him, and we were going to sit down, and we were going to tape an interview that I would later play on the air. And I remember him coming to my house in Laurel Canyon, where we would conduct the interview. And he, perfectly charming guy, nice guy, came in, shook hands. We talked for a few minutes. I set up a tape recorder. I asked my first question. And this experience from doing what you do, you kind of get an idea in the first 5 minutes, sometimes earlier, of which direction the train is heading. And I knew that either this guy did not like to be interviewed, did not like to be on the radio, was in a bad mood, or whatever the case was. But I tried all the techniques that one tries to make somebody feel comfortable, to bring them out of their shell, to give them the space to talk about the things they want to speak about. It went nowhere. After about 30 minutes, I thanked him very much for his time. He seemed relieved that it was over, and it was a terrible interview. Then there is one that I can mention because I've said this publicly before. I was a tremendous fan of Salvador Dali. And Dali is generally regarded as one of the great artists of the 20th century, certainly the father of surrealism, surrealistic art. Everybody knows the name Dali. And I was fortunate enough to get an interview with Mr. Dali. And I went to his hotel in New York in the afternoon with my tape recorder. And I might mention, just for purposes of reference, John and Yoko came along with me. I told them the night before we were having a dinner, they wanted to know who I was going to be talking to the next day. And I said, Dali. And they both said, oh, we met him years ago. And Yoko, of course, was very active in the avant-garde art world. And it'd be nice to see him again. So why don't you come by and pick us up, and we'll all go to the hotel together. Well, I knew that this is going to be somewhat problematic, but kind of difficult to say no to the two of them. I picked them up. We went to the hotel. Of course, Dali was delighted that they were there. They were delighted to see him. And I set the tape recorder and I began to talk to Dali. And with all due respect, he had a very, very heavy Spanish accent. He wasn't that easy to understand. He was somebody who monopolized the microphone and monopolized the room. And as I was trying to ask him the pertinent questions, from time to time, off mic, John or Yoko would be heard making a comment themselves or asking him a question as if it was a conversation. And the interview got completely away from me. It's posted, by the way, on my website. I run the thing, as it turned out, and I acknowledge on the website, whereas I have great respect for him, and this is not to cast shade on anyone. It was one of the worst interviews I ever conducted. I regretted that one miserably. So those are two that come to mind.
Well, I'm glad you do, because it doesn't sound like he was a jerk. He was just kind of being pulled. He's a vociferous kind of guy, and he's got other friends there, and he wasn't. At least he wasn't nasty or mean. And even the other guy, whose name you will not mention, although are the initials VM by any chance? No,
I'm not going to tell.
Just checking, because we have interviewed other radio people, and there's certain names that come up again and again in terms of the worst people I've ever spoken to, and usually the stories are not as nice as you. At least even the two people that you mentioned were nice, at least going into the interview, even if they didn't do a particularly good interview. So that's good. I'm sorry. Yes, please.
They were both the unknown guest and Salvador Dali. They couldn't have been nicer. I mean, Dali made me feel at home. His wife Gala was there as well. He took a book, a Dali art book, and autographed it for me, and then turned the page to draw a doodle for me on the page of his book, which is in a safe deposit box somewhere under safekeeping. I mean, he really made me feel at home. He was staying in a hotel, a beautiful hotel suite, and so no, he was well. Go to ElliotMintz.com, go to radio interviews, click on Salvador Dali, and you'll hear him. He was wild. He was. You can't create the kind of art he created without traveling down a path that most of us have never visited. So, upon reflection, I would have loved to have just shared the couple of hours that we were all together more than having him as a guest on the radio. I just regretted that it was a missed opportunity. Maybe if I was with him alone and we had a little bit more time for him to just relax a little, something may have emerged from it. But his personality was larger than a microphone.
Well, good or bad, though, you posted it on your site, and it's history, and it's of value just the way it is. In some ways, more valuable as a peek into him and John and Yoko and you at a certain point in time. At the time, there's a terrible interview, but 40, 50 years on, it's like, well, no, this is where we were, and these are crazy artistic people. This is what an interview with crazy people should sound like. As opposed to, I'll ask a question, you be mildly interesting, and then I'll ask another question, and you still be mildly interesting. In some ways, sometimes it's important to have a conversation like that, too, I believe. But I want to remind people, I want to tell people that when we say Elliot Mintz, we want to get this right. It's ELLIOTMINTZ. It's not like a search. There's a Z on the end of the thing. ElliotMintz.com. And you really dig it up nice. You got like a thing where you put like a jukebox, and it isn't just here's a name, click on it, don't click on that, click on this. You really have to kind of play with it a little bit and have fun with the site. And in that old time way, find it on the jukebox and play all these interviews. Let me ask you, besides John and Yoko, what are one or two of the very best, most favorite interviews that you've ever done?
And just one final word to add about the website. It's free.
Oh yes,
it's free. There's no charge. There's no click, bait and click kind of thing. There are no advertisements. It's I created and put it up there because I felt I had been fortunate enough to meet. I interviewed more than 2,000 people in my broadcast career. I ran tape or saved tape or was able to restore tape for about 100 or so, 150 I think, and put them up on the jukebox. And I just wanted to share it. I'm an archivist at heart. I think if you listen to, it's a little bit offbeat. Name might not be immediately familiar. Michelle Phillips. She was along with Cass Elliot. She was in the Mamas and the Papas. She came by to KABC one night. We had a conversation that I posted that I thought was real and true and intimate, thought-provoking. I like that one a lot. I did a series of interviews with Baba Ram Das, who was somebody who has had a tremendous, profound spiritual impact upon my life and millions of others. And I interviewed him on a few occasions. Talking with Ram Das, highly memorable. A few of those appear on the website. I liked those two very much. I enjoyed the one with Alan Watts. And again, when I reflect upon all those hundreds of people who were kind enough to, avail themselves of their very valuable time. None of them were paid to be on my radio show. And in the early days, there was a limited audience. Very few people, comparatively, knew who I was, or, they could have been in other locations for an hour or two of their lives, but they shared them with me. So, look, I'm just grateful. And from time to time, I hear from people who are moved by somebody on the website that I haven't even thought about or reflected about in a long time. Or people who are old fans of David Cassidy. And certainly, the interviews that I did with John and Yoko were incredibly memorable, and people were intrigued by a conversation with Bob Dylan, primarily because he is not a frequent guest on radio and television, and is more reclusive than out there. And I think, he was just very down to earth and very real with me. So 99% of the people that I spoke with, and I think it's fair to say 99% of the people in my life that I've met, I've enjoyed their company. I would do it again. I would love to do it again.
Well, it went down 1% talking to me, but I hope you'll interview some other people. We'll bring it back up closer to 100. Let me ask you, though, the one thing that disturbs me a little bit, that makes me sad, is you mentioned that you posted about 150 of your favorite, of the most interesting interviews on ElliotMintz.com, and yet you have done about 2,000 in your career. Are you still archiving? Are you still every once in a while popping up half a dozen more of these things that I assume you have in your basement somewhere, or tapes somewhere?
Well, that is the problem, Rabbi. That back in the day, when I was doing this work and when people were on the air, archiving things it wasn't that common an experience as it is today. When people do podcasts and, archive all the people they've interviewed and people just click on it. In those days, for television purposes, videotape was very expensive, very thick, very heavy. I did a television show when I was in my late 20s, I think, and about 100 episodes with a lot of these people on the little TV show. And after the show was reached its end, the advertiser just, quote, recycled all the tapes.
Yeah.
Videotapes at that time cost hundreds of dollars, and they just sent them to a place in the valley that took a big magnet and cleaned them off, sent them back to the advertiser for the next shows that they were going to produce. This is true of the motion picture industry, of the television industry. Some of your favorite TV shows were never archived. Some of your favorite movies were allowed to deteriorate. So A, it wasn't common. B, I had to buy the tape. It wasn't as if the radio stations automatically, when I began doing that stuff, I think I made $68 a week, and stations were barely surviving on limited advertising. It's a different world. And there was a little store in the neighborhood in LA where I lived that, among other things, sold recycled tape recorders, microphones, and audio tape, where for 59 cents or 89 cents, you could buy a 1-hour reel of quarter-inch tape. And when I had a little extra money, I would buy 10 reels. And when I would go to the radio station, I would just say to the engineer, would you mind just running an air check, a copy of what we're doing on this tape? They did. I would take the tapes home, But over decades, I would just take the tapes, put them in cartons. The cartons would be put somewhere in storage. So prior to the website, there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tapes that, of course, needed to be restored, digitalized, edited, commercials taken out, phone numbers taken out. I would put some tapes on a reel-to-reel tape recorder with an engineer, and the tape would just start stretching. Some deteriorated over time. So from time to time, I do put stuff on my YouTube channel for people to explore, because the website moves very slowly for some people. On my YouTube channel, it is indexed. You can pick and choose who you want. And yes, there are more in the vault somewhere, but the business of making them available is extremely time-consuming, very expensive, and I'm trying to live in the present. So all those tapes have been designated to go to the proper sources after I leave this plane, and they will hopefully be made more readily available. But it's just not something that I can handle. That website took me 2 years, I think, to build, and I'd be embarrassed to tell you how much money I spent on it. So it was just different then.
I get it. Although I am very happy to hear that you've met, I don't know if it's with a university or the Paley Center or wherever you decided to leave your, when, and God willing you live another 20, 30 years, but I'm just saying, at least you've made provisions that, who knows, there's a piece of gold in there that nobody's been able to hear, and yet they will a few years from now, God willing. Let me ask you also, Elliot, so many other things. Let's talk a little bit about the Lennon-no-nos, or the Ono-Lennons, however we want to put them. Do you have one or two absolute favorite moments of hanging with them?
The best moments with John and Yoko over the years, and I knew them from 71 through 80. My first conversation with John took place a day after he turned 31 years old, and it took place over the radio. It's on the jukebox, and you could just Google Elliot Mintz talks to John Lennon. So we meet publicly in 71 on the radio, and then when they came to California, a number of months later, we meet in person. And from that point on to the end of his life, John and I, we spoke hundreds and hundreds of times together on the phone. I traveled with them, visit them in New York for Christmases and Thanksgivings and New Year's. I would attend their birthday parties for Sean. The two of them came to my house on my 31st birthday to visit with me. It was an odyssey that included, it was a significant part of my entire life. My favorite moments were the quiet moments. Whenever I would visit them at the Dakota, at the end of the dinner, or if we went someplace, or whatever it was, we would wind up in their bedroom before they would go to sleep. And they would put on their dressing gowns, get under the covers. There was a white wicker chair to the right of the bed. And I would sit there, and that was the place we liked to talk. Sometimes the kitchen, rarely the living room, primarily the old bedroom, where we would talk for hours. Frequently, as we're talking, Yoko would fall asleep. She heard it all before. But John and I would continue to the early hours until it was time for him to go to sleep and time for me to walk back to my hotel, which I like to do in the brisk early morning air. Those were the best moments. There were no microphones. There was no TV cameras. They were private moments. We talked about everything under the sun. It wasn't, it never felt like I was talking to the man who founded the Beatles. We rarely talked about that subject. We talked about all the things that good friends, casual friends talk about. John was an incredibly articulate, opinionated man who had thoughts about everything, was not afraid to express them. And, we had established somehow a trust. I think that they basically knew that I was a guy who could keep his mouth shut, that they could say something to me and not read about it in the newspaper the next day. That when it was time to do interviews with them, which I did, I would say to John, well, it's time, to turn the clock back and we're going to do the Beatle trip again. He understood, and we did those. But when we were not on the air, they were always memorable and provocative and sometimes controversial. He and I felt differently about a lot of subjects, too. So he was somebody who loved the art of debate. I'm a non-confrontational guy. If somebody has an opinion that's different than mine, I usually say, well, bless you, you're entitled to that opinion, and I'm not going to try to dissuade you. If John didn't like something, he was going to let everybody in the world know about it.
Let me ask you, in terms of non-confrontational, it occurs to me now, since you were friends with both of them, you were friends with John and Yoko as a couple, as a pair, was it when he had that lost weekend? How did you deal with that? It's like when people are friends of a couple and then the couple divorce, and they have to choose side, like which one you're going to be friends with, and it gets weird. Was it ever weird for a year or two or three?
No, because A, they weren't divorced, they just were separated. They agreed to spend some time apart. It was Yoko's idea. She thought it would be best for John to spend a little time. She had once remarked publicly that John spent his entire life married. He married very, very young and had a son with his first wife, son Julian. And shortly after that relationship came to an end, he married Yoko. And he did not have a number of years by himself pre the time that they had their separation. And she said, you should go off to Los Angeles. You should go there and, do whatever you feel like doing. There was a kind of restlessness that she sensed about him and some space that she felt that she needed. And she called me and told me that that was the decision and that John was going to be arriving at such and such time. Would I go to the airport and pick him up? And please look after him. Do the best you can. And, I told both of them from the very beginning, look, I love you both. I am not going to take sides. Whatever is going on between the two of you is private, but I'm not going to keep secrets from either of you. So anything you tell me, just know that I still look at the two of you as John and Yoko. And there were no secrets. And from time to time, John would say, what is she doing and how is she feeling? And could you tell her this? And, I was kind of like a carrier pigeon in terms of the exchanges. It felt uncomfortable for me to be in the company with just one of them. It felt like something was missing. An appendage to the experience was invisible. So, and, I longed for the union because I felt that the two of them were, a dyadic couple, that they were very much connected. So there was that sadness, but in terms of favoring one over another, that would have been impossible. If that was the admonition, it never was. But if either of them said, look, as long as you're friends with the other one, you can't be my friend. So make a choice. Well, my choice would have been not to be friends with either of them.
Well, speaking of that as well, are you still in touch with Yoko? We've heard that she's not been well. How is she doing? How often are you in touch?
Well, the last time I saw her was just at the beginning of COVID. It wasn't this past February. It was the previous February. and Sean threw a little birthday gathering for her at a very nice new Japanese restaurant in Lower Manhattan. And I flew to New York for that event. I'm born on February 16th. Yoko was born on February 18th. We're both Aquarians, and we have mutually celebrated birthdays. So I got to New York, and I spent February 16th, as I usually do, with Sean Ono Lennon and his girlfriend, Charlotte, and rest up a day after that experience, and then went up to see Yoko. So that's when I last saw her, spoke with her, shared in the dinner and the birthday cake and the celebrations. And then COVID appeared on the scene virtually the same month. So I have not been with her since. But Sean and I are in frequent contact with each other. Probably the last time was 2 or 3 weeks ago. And he is very, very much with his mom, very present. They have dinners 2-3 times a week. He is the ever-present, dutiful, loving son that he's always been. And for now, for this particular time, that will be the physical connection, the in-person connection with Yoko. But I close my eyes, I blink, and I see her sitting in my living room, or I see myself back in the wicker chair. Yoko's 87 years old now, and all that I can tell you is that the amount of love that she receives from people who inquire about her, and send emails and texts and all the rest of it, all of that energy she takes in. So maybe she's not as responsive, in terms of replies, doing interviews and that kind of thing. But Rabbi, we'll see how responsive we are when we're 87 years old.
Me, please. I feel like a 97-year-old most of the time, let me tell you. Well, let me ask you, though, when I look at your Facebook page and your postings, it's like you're living the life of a 20-year-old. Every day, I was at this party, I was at this gala, this big dinner, and does that get stale, or do you just love it? You love hobnobbing with the celebrities and rubber chicken dinners and whatever it is. I mean, is that just your element? Do you love that?
No. I came of age at a time where I never missed the party. I was there, and I had it. I'm basically a fairly reclusive person. I spend most of my evenings at home, sometimes by myself during the COVID crisis, and sometimes with 1 or 2 friends. When I have friends who are not public figures visit with me, or we go out for a dinner, I don't put them up on social media. Nobody knows who they are, and the person that I'm having a meal with, many times they live private lives. They don't want their picture taken. They don't want to be identified. They tend to be private. So what you see on Facebook is not necessarily representative of a typical day. Last night or the night before, I believe, the Hilton family, Kathy Hilton, Rick Hilton, Paris, and Nikki Hilton, they had a marvelous benefit in Los Angeles it's a fundraiser for Children's Hospital in LA, and everybody who attended had to bring an unwrapped toy to give to a child, and it was called Christmas in September. And they had an auction of things that belonged to them. Thousands and thousands of dollars were raised. It was a big to-do. It was definitely a crowded social situation. I posted pictures of the event simply to make people aware of Children's Hospital LA. And it's just the nature of social media that some eye candy is required. You have to put something there to get people's attention. And when it comes to attention getting, Paris Hilton and her family are experts in getting people's attention. And in this case, once they got it, they transmuted that into something that I considered almost sacred. Do I have fun when I go to those things? I do, because these are people who I've had relationships with. I love the idea of giving back through charities and foundations. That part is joyous. I don't go to any so-called Hollywood parties that are just meaningless. I don't go to movie premieres, stuff like that. There has to be some kind of higher purpose to the attention. But my preference is being at home in front of the fireplace with somebody I love.
Well, you're invited to my sukkah, by the way. I'm willing to let you know. It's if you want a higher purpose, nothing higher than my sukkah. Let me tell. So, but by the way, speaking of friends, and I don't want to delve too deeply. I can tell you're a private person, but has there been a love of your life? Is there someone, a partner type person in your world?
Well, whereas I tend to keep my private life private, I am surrounded by love, and there are a few women throughout my life and in the present that have gifted me with the joy of just being together. I'm having dinner with one of them tomorrow night, a lady who I've known for more than a decade, who puts a big smile on my face. And the women who I date and the women who I have private relationships with are 100% non-public people. They're people who live private lives doing what they do. For the most part, they're professionals. And it is not as if I'm not surrounded by romance. I'm gifted that way. I'm not alone. So although I'm not married, haven't been married, there have been a few that I've had long-term personal relationships with, and they are still in my life, if not living under the same roof.
Oh, I'm so happy to hear that, because you seem like such a nice, gentle, decent person. I'm so glad that you are surrounded by people who radiate that back at you. Are you still doing PR? Are you still representing like Paris Jackson and Hilton? Or were you a PR person? Now you're retired, but you still hang with the crowd when sometimes.
No, I am, in fact, a media consultant, and I still represent the Lemon Estate, and that has been ongoing since 1980, when Yoko asked me to speak on behalf of the matters concerning the Lemon Estate. That continues. I occasionally have, as a media consultant, there are some people who retain me for brief periods of time to help them through a media crisis, let's say, or an issue of some sort, or a corporation that is looking for a way to be involved in philanthropy, and the best way for them to, position themselves. And of course, for the past 2.5 years or so, I've had the honor of representing Paris Jackson, who I absolutely adore. I adore the music that she makes, and I just enjoy her as a friend. I would think since COVID, Paris has been at my home as much or more than any single person.
Wow.
And I learned from her. She's 23 years old, but you wouldn't know that. She is an incredibly well-read, sophisticated young lady. The first time she walked into my house and gravitated to the library, her cross-references, especially in the area of spiritual subjects, was astounding to me. I mean, a kind of brilliance that I don't know if you would say one would not expect. But keep in mind, Rabbi, with everything that we say about kids today, or people in their 20s, or people of limited attention spans, and the appearance of being vapid, and all the rest of it, today's generation of children have access to more information than any generation that preceded them. And for those who elect to use the electronic tools in a constructive manner, they can be the most educated and most sophisticated and advanced people that the earth has ever seen. Some of them don't share that aspect of their lives and rather, talk somewhat superficially or be involved in the selling of things. But if you pierce the veil, you'd be astounded what they know. And in the case of Paris Jackson, what I learned from her.
Well, may I ask, did you know her dad?
Yes. I didn't know him well. I considered Michael a friend, and I visited with Michael at his home. We went out socially together. I think that there's some Facebook photos of us leaving a Broadway show. We went to a James Brown concert in Los Angeles. He loved James Brown. We spent an afternoon, a Father's Day afternoon, taking a very young Sean to the LA Zoo, and they would go to screenings at his house. We would speak. Both of us were insomniacs, so late at night he would frequently call, and we would have conversations. He also was a far more reflective and wiser man than may have been perceived. He was an incredibly shy person. So
and I'm assuming that your memories of him, like so many people who have mixed message legacies, if you will, you're like almost completely positive about him in terms of what you knew about him, your personal experiences with him, as opposed to what we think about him when you hear the name, it automatically on some level will go to something negative. But you don't go there, correct?
Definitely not. There's no reason for me to go there. There was nothing but positivity expressed during our discourses. I don't pretend for a moment to have been a close, intimate friend of his to the degree that I was with a John and Yoko or others, but the time spent with him was incredibly joyous. Now, when I'm with Paris, my thoughts don't go to him. They just don't. When I'm with Sean, we rarely talk about his dad, never talk about the Beatles. We're in the present moment. And frankly, by the way, in the world of celebrity, you mention the name and people can find something negative to say about them. I remember a couple of months ago, it was the occasion of Mother Teresa, now Saint Teresa's birthday. And I just did a little Facebook post about Saint Teresa and the nature of compassion and love. And I heard from a variety of people, including somebody who said, did you see this documentary on her that indicated that she took money from the charity and used them for personal purposes? And if you Google the name Mother Teresa, what will come back at you among the obvious will be references that are negative to books and documentaries of people who have a complaint with her. Well, let me tell you something, Rabbi. If anybody has got a complaint with Mother Teresa or Saint Teresa, nobody in show business is going to escape negative criticism. If you want to go there, if you want to look for that or manufacture that, and I just view that, I view those things as vexations to the spirit.
Well, they can be if they're so little, either if they're wrong or if they're so little compared to the rest of the person. But you wouldn't say that about a Harvey Weinstein or a Jeffrey Epstein or things of that nature. I mean, there's a certain point, a tipping point, where however many wonderful movies Weinstein produced, I mean, you understand that.
Absolutely. And in the case of the person you just mentioned, there is a person who stood trial, was found guilty of offenses by multiple people. They were deemed to be factual through the legal judicial process. And you, of course, you surrender your participation of interaction with society as a result of such behavior. So there are certainly names that we're familiar with who were found to be complicit of terrible activities. And that's fact. In the Hollywood world, where virtually everything is built on illusion and speculation, people just draw from experiences, bits and pieces, and arrive at conclusions that are not necessarily true, almost always false. Everybody's second profession, in America anyway, is show business. You know, you get in the old days, you hail a cab in New York and you get into the cab and you just left a movie theater and you're looking at the cab driver and the driver says, "So what do you think about that film that you just saw?" And I said, "I thought it was pretty good. I liked it." He said, "Yeah, it did 200 million at the box office last Friday. You know that?" So everybody's second profession is that they're experts on show business, the people in show business, people that they've never met, people who they just read about, hear about. And that is what is referred to as gossip. And in my life, I do make a significant distinction between what is real and what is not real, what's just idle gossip and chatter, and what is legitimate criticism.
Now, see, as a rabbi, I make a big distinction between what is real and what is not Israel. So we're kind of close on that. Wow, no laugh. Not even nothing right there. Oh, boy. Oh, that was so cool. It was so sad. And here I was trying to... What, sorry?
I didn't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to ask you, as a rabbi, when you were confronted by the wrongdoings of people like Harvey Weinstein and the other man you mentioned, Epstein, when you're confronted with behavior that is inherently evil, do you come at it from a specifically opinionated direction, or does compassion and the willingness to let God decide fate predominate your thoughts?
Oh, if you knew me, sir, if you knew me, Elliot, believe me, I am as judgmental. I make God look like Mr. Rogers. If I think somebody's guilty, I'm telling you, Old Testament God got nothing on me. No, I judge, jury, execute, boom, I'm there. In fact, if you Google my name, Rabbi Sol Solomon, first of all, you get a lot of things people who say I smell bad. I won't comment on that. But other than that, but it's just no. Because we're on this planet, and if people are doing wrong, we should call them out on it. And if people are doing right, they should be celebrated and be loved. And if they're doing in the middle, as most people are, celebrate the good and don't cancel the good if they've done the bad. And then that's basically my theory on life, sort of.
When I talk to people who are obviously religious figures and active in whatever the faith might be, I am tempted to ask them, and I do, and I'm about to with you, the following. I'm sure it's not the first time you've heard it. Do you believe that the souls of people who commit evil on planet Earth during the time that they're alive, do you believe that they go to a different place than people who have spent their lives only doing good?
That is an extraordinary question. I would like to believe that people who do evil in a big way suffer in a big way in the afterworld. This is what I would like. Do I actually believe it, as opposed to poof, we're dust, we go in the ground, and whatever we've done for 60, 80, 120 years when we're here, it was just while we're here and it's gone. Personally, that tends to be where my belief system is, but the other part of me wants to think Hitler is still, he's listening to a lot of Michael Bolton records now, over and over and over and over again, somewhere wherever he is. I would like to believe that, but I don't know.
I think that the last sentence conveys the essence of your belief system, which is that you simply do not know, but you would like to believe. So you wouldn't make a declarative statement that you believe that there's a heaven and a hell, and that Martin Luther King Jr. is in a very different place than Adolf Hitler is in terms of their souls. You don't go that far. It's more conceptual than biblical teaching.
Absolutely.
Is that fair?
The one thing I do know about religion is that nobody knows anything. With all due respect to Jesus or Baba Ram Dass or Baba Ram Das 2.0, any of them, it's just nobody actually knows. Even people who die or they're on the operating table and they're dead and they're going towards the light and then they're pulled back, they were probably dreaming of the light. They don't know. Nobody knows.
Mm-hmm. I hear that.
This is me. This is, you asked. Yeah.
I hear that, and I have no doubt that you and I are going to find out the legitimacy of our speculations.
Hopefully not very soon. Hopefully.
Oh, no. No, I'm not planning on it or looking forward to it. But I do, I'm 76 now. So I'd be lying to you if I told you that those thoughts of the end game don't cross my mind. I think it's a condition of our generation. I noticed the other day an advertisement that the Rolling Stones are planning on touring. Again, they'll be in L.A. For giant mega stadium concerts. I think Mick Jagger is in his mid-70s now. He had a heart issue not too long ago. All the musicians that people of my generation grew up with are people who were in their 70s or beyond. I think Paul McCartney. So you do think about the passing of time. You do think about age. And it does lead you, obviously, I think, to some self-introspection on A, how much time you got left, what you're going to do with it, and more significantly to me anyway, what's to follow, if anything. So I ponder those questions, obviously, with greater thought than I did when I was bar mitzvahed.
Well, yeah. No, we don't think about anything when we're bar mitzvahed except girls, to be quite honest. But at our age... I'm sorry?
And guilt.
Oh, guilt.
Bar mitzvah guilt.
Guilt, absolutely. Guilt and guilt. The two things that go together so perfectly. Now, before I let you go, let me, first of all, thank you so much for being such an introspective and honest and delightful and so mellifluous guest on this program. I want to guide everybody to the free website, ElliotMintz.com, ELLIOT, Mintz, MINTZ.com. You can also look up Elliot Mintz on YouTube, because the man, this is more encouragement for you to make the time to bring some of those tapes to digitizers and to run them through to people who won't stretch them to pieces and maybe they won't crumble so fast. You probably know Steven Spielberg. Bring it to his house. He archives all the Holocaust. He can save your stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so wait, did you? I knew you would know Spielberg. So, but I'm just saying, do it, because there's going to be maybe only 10 people will be interested in some person that you interviewed in 1981. But of those 10 people, one of them is going to be like an eye-opening, mind-blowing conversation that they've waited to hear all their life that will change the direction of their life. You never know. And this is why I think it's important.
I think about that frequently because, occasionally I go on YouTube. I was on it the other night, and I saw an old interview that had been done with Carl Jung, and he was talking on this old 16 millimeter film piece about his good friend Sigmund Freud. And I realized that I'm watching this in my kitchen on the laptop. Even though the people who we speak about now, their constituency, their followers through this generation may be fading and thinning out a bit, who is to say that 100 or 200 years from now, someone will discover Picasso or Bob Dylan for the first time? But somebody who's 14 years old will just be playing around with an old YouTube thing or stumble upon a website with a conversation that we almost take for granted today, and it'll be brand new for them, as it was a few nights ago for me hearing and seeing Carl Jung.
And it's also,
would I have had that up?
yeah, it's also the patina of age. It's like watching, it doesn't even have to be a good movie about New York in the 60s or 70s. Just seeing what New York looked like. It doesn't even matter what the story is or the acting, the exteriors, the way the cars look, the feel of the film stock is a lesson. It's a memory. It's history, if you know what I'm saying.
As a matter of fact, I do subscribe or am attached to a website. I forgot the exact name. It could have been called Old New York. And it's done by somebody who takes these old archival videos from New York at the turn of the century and has been able to restore them, colorize them, add sound to them because they're all shot silently, where you see the horse and buggies going past the tenements, where you see the way people walked and talked and dressed, where you see not only the evolution of New York as a city, but of the people and the country. I find it totally engrossing. That stuff grabs me frequently more than going to see a contemporary feature film. So that old expression that everything old is new again has great value, and it's history that comes alive. And I know that I'm not the only one. I know that stuff is shared by millions. It doesn't get the razzle-dazzle hit. It's not something that people talk about, but people Google around for restored videos of old New York City. It feels like you're in a time machine.
Well, it has been a delight and an honor for us here in the Daverhood to go into the time machine with you, Elliot Mintz. Of course, you are still doing what you do, which is so important, but also all those years of sharing what you did before, mixing those together. Everybody go to ElliotMintz.com. Elliot, it remains for me to thank you so much, to wish you good health, good success, lots more lovely women in your life. That sounds like a very good thinking. Mazel tov on that. And good spirituality, and keep digging into the nature of why we're here. But I know that I was here to talk to you today, and that has made my week. Thank you, Elliot Mintz.
Bless you. Thank you. Good night.
Shalom to you. Bye-bye. Was that great or what? Rabbi Sol Solomon chatting with Elliot Mintz here in the Daverhood. I'm feeling mincy fresh, aren't you, ladies and gentlemen? As we do the day has gone by, Facebookio, Podcastio, Programmio of the stream with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling, wonderful wife, Joyce, and joining us in the Daverhood to play our weekly today. You know, David Sheward, you go shopping in the same stores that I do because I have a shirt just like that.
Oh, ask him if he bought it at Kohl's.
Are you a Kohl's person? Is that
not really? I have been, but not really.
I don't know, because that, and then the last 2 weeks you were
I don't remember where I bought this.
Yeah.
Blue, you're all in blue. It's nice.
I like it, and Vicki, of course. That I have the same outfit. Choosing not to wear it today.
We're in the same color family.
Dancing Dave, look at this. Dancing Dave.
I like it.
Yeah. Welcome, both of you. Welcome, Vicki Quade, to the Daverhood on this Saturday, October 2nd. Thank you so much for pitching in on this episode. Our guest, Elliot Mintz, he was wonderful, but he was not able to play the game. So we have you and now Vicki.
He looked a lot like a telephone.
He did. He literally looked exactly like a drawing of a telephone when Rabbi Sol was talking to him. It was very strange. So Vicki is on stage. Are you actually acting this night? Are you going to be doing late night catechism or Holy Ghost bingo at the?
Yeah, and I did it yesterday as well.
Oh,
so I was on stage yesterday, and it was a lot of fun. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I'll do it again tonight. But I'm not doing tomorrow because tomorrow is my son's birthday.
Oh yay! Happy birthday to him. Happy birthday to him. What is he's like some math guy? What does he do? What's he
Well, actually, I have two sons. This is my biologist son. And he is trying to save the world by finding cures for different diseases.
Cool. Can I put in one for Rabbi Sol the Herp? Just get that finally done. He would be very happy. Now, David Sheward, how are you, my friend? You're standing. Look at you. You're in the green giant mode. What?
I'm fixing myself a cup of tea in my kitchen.
Very nice. I've never seen your kitchen. I like the color.
Yeah.
So, how are you, David? David Sheward, by the way, he is a theater critic and blogger. You can read him at culturaldaily.com and theaterlife.com. We love him. So, how was your week, Dave?
Good. I was going to see Lackawanna Blues. However, Ruben Santiago Hudson had an injury, so they had to postpone it. So I'm seeing that show later. Right. But I did watch Diana the Musical on Netflix last night.
Oh,
and I watched the Tony Awards since I saw you last. I forgot about that.
I want to talk to you a little bit about that. But so, how did you like? Can you, Diana? It hasn't opened on Broadway yet, right? So can you tell us how you liked it?
Sure, because it's on Netflix, so everybody can see it. So and reviews of it have come out. So the thing about it was, and it got some really bad reviews from some people. But I would say it's not good enough to be memorable and not bad enough to be a guilty pleasure. It's somewhere in the middle.
Ooch.
And I got it.
Yeah. Actually, I wanted to ask you about that, and Vicki, you can chime in on this too. I've gotten a lot of bad reviews, speaking of Broadway, of Dear Evan Hansen, the movie. Have either of you checked that thing out? Or?
I have not, but I have seen the bad reviews.
I haven't seen the movie yet, no.
Have you seen the show? You must have seen the show.
I saw the show twice.
Yeah.
Twice. I saw it off Broadway and then on Broadway.
So does it work on stage?
Oh yeah, sure.
You've seen Dear Evan Hansen on stage. Does it work as a musical? Is it? Because I have not yet had a chance to see Dear Evan Hansen. So
as a show on stage, I thought it was great. It deserved to win the Tony for Best Musical when it was on Broadway. It's very moving. I think I haven't seen the movie. A lot of the criticism seems to be that Ben Platt, who played it on stage, he looks like he's too old to be in high school. Which is
Well, they used to do that all the time in the movies. I mean, Blackboard Jungle.
Have you heard the word super senior?
And I don't know about. And there's some criticism about in the movie, like the plot is a bit more creepy than it was on stage. I don't know.
Now I want to go see it.
Yeah, the hero is less sympathetic in the movie version for some reason. I don't know.
By the way, I should mention that for once we're actually not killing time waiting for Leslie Hoban Blake to join us for the quiz. Leslie is a little under the weather, so she will not be part of the Today Yesterday quiz today. Alas, we wish her well. We hope to see her next week. But I am killing time because you guys, for the first time in probably 30 years, I didn't get to watch the Tony Awards. I was with Rabbi Sol Solomon in the press room waiting for like famous people to come back for 2 minutes and ask them questions. It was horrible. That's me crabbing. But you guys, I assume, watched the Tonys.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
What'd you think? I heard the 9 to 11 was very enjoyable. I heard it was really well done.
Well, I'm sorry. Did you want to go ahead, Vicki?
No. I was going to say, I watch all of those shows knowing that they're going to be too long. There's going to be an issue with them. You're not going to love everything. But there was a lot to love about it.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead, David.
I did download the Paramount Plus package, and today is the last day for free, so I'm debating whether or not to keep it another month. But I did watch both the Paramount Plus part and the CBS part. And it was you could tell that everyone was so glad to be there.
Yeah.
And they were glad to be back in the theater. And
Well, let me ask you one question then, or both of you.
Yes.
Well, David, you saw both parts. What do you feel about dividing the ceremony into 2 hours of ceremony and 2 hours of performance and quote unquote fun?
I feel I can understand why they did it, because America just is not. People outside of New York don't know who these people are who are winning these awards. They've never heard of them, or they aren't familiar with them, and they needed to appeal to as broad an audience as possible in order to get the asses back in the seats. I mean,
I think that's right.
Yeah, the Tony Awards they're not, because as you saw, the drama desks and the outer critics and the Obies all presented their awards last year on Zoom or whatever, and it was just okay. It doesn't matter if people can come back to the theater or not. Our purpose is to award excellence. The Tony's purpose is to award excellence, but it's also to get asses in the seats. It's to promote Broadway, and which I don't blame them. It's a very hard sell. It's very difficult. It's expensive, and now with COVID, it's a little bit. It's still it's a hard sell. So they're really fighting for their lives. So I really can't blame them for saying we have to put we'll put the awards on in this pay-per-view stream, and the theater nuts and geeks and fans who care about that stuff can watch it, and the general broad public that we're trying to appeal to will just entertain them with as many big musical numbers as we possibly can. And the numbers were down anyway to like 2 million people.
Oh, and that 2.5 million, that's the lowest. It was 50% lower than the previous Tony Awards like 2 years ago. So, so Vicki and David, last question before we start the quiz. If you were running CBS and the American Theater Wing, if you were going to be the chairman of both. Chairperson, sorry. Chair trans person. What would you, how would you build back up to like 4 million next year if you still had to run the Tonys? What would you do?
I don't know off the top of my head. It would depend on what's going on with the season.
Give a discount coupon.
Yeah.
Well, that would be for the tour. But no, I think if you want to build interest, you have to build excitement. So you have to, if you're going to do it on CBS, you have to have enough people who the public wants to watch. So maybe you do the current season. You look at, and I think they did some of that. You look at some of the best of the previous season. You highlight. As David said, a lot of people don't know who these actors are. They don't know the shows. So you highlight maybe some of the individual actors that people don't know about, maybe a little background about them that's interesting. And then you promote it.
Yes.
So you have to do your promotion on that.
Yeah,
so,
I thought that a lot of people didn't even know they were on.
No, that's exactly right.
Well, they were beaten. What was it? They were beaten by like The Simpsons first season premiere, which again, The Simpsons is.
I think it was the Antiques Roadshow beat them, didn't it?
No show, yeah, and Monday Night or Sunday
Night Football and.
Traffic.
Well, yeah. Well,
so tell them this is my thing. Everybody's preaching, be more inclusive, have lower ticket prices, but it's so elite that if the other audience is the Antiques Roadshow, what does it tell you? I mean, that's
Well, you hit it on that.
Did Antique Roadshow beat it, or were you joking?
No, I'm joking.
It surprised me.
But it could have.
Yeah, I mean,
and we
watch the Antiques Roadshow anytime it's on.
We didn't.
It was beaten. I will tell you this: the Tonys were beaten by Celebrity Wheel of Fortune. And I'm not kidding about that.
I believe that. I believe
3.5 million.
Who were the celebrities?
I don't know. Charlie Weaver. They dragged him up.
No, Ghost of Charlie Weaver.
Charlie Sheen, Charo, and
Paul Lynn. They got him back. Yeah.
Charlie Weaver was somebody.
Nelson Riley.
Was somebody.
What?
What's his name? Who's the guy? Arquette. the Arquette family. He was like he's the
He
uncle.
was Arquette.
Oh,
Cliff
David
something
Arquette.
Arquette. And he was,
Real
yeah,
name,
yeah.
but he's like
Yeah, he's the
uncle.
grandfather of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Right.
But here's that's the thing I think that you make a point about, Vicki, is that it's funny that we say, oh, the Tony ratings were so terrible, and we connect it to the show. But when you have a one-off, bad ratings have really nothing to do with the 2 hours traffic on that stage.
Yeah.
They didn't
That's
show up
exactly
to
right.
begin with. They could have put on, all of Hamilton, and no one would have tuned in because no one would have known.
No, you have to
sorry.
promote it.
And we didn't even talk about slave play versus the inheritance.
What about it? I hated slave. I didn't hate slave play, but boy, oh boy, I wanted to be out of there in a
Really?
big way.
Well,
Yeah.
you're just no, I won't. I was just gonna make a joke. It's not everybody's cup of tea. I thought it was a very intriguing play. I could see what the author was doing, and I thought it was very interesting and very confrontational and very interesting.
Hey, David, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
If Diana, the musical, had been able to open, even for a short amount of time,
Yeah.
and then would qualify for the Tonys this year,
Yeah.
did it have a chance?
If it were the normal season, I don't think so. Judy Kaye may have been nominated for Best Featured Actress, but I don't think it would have even been in the running.
Yeah. Even because there would have been a fourth slot, obviously open for best musical.
There were other shows in the running, and I think I off the top of my head, I can't think of any other original new musicals that would have opened.
Well, Flying Over Sunset was supposed.
Flying Over Sunset, yes.
So that could, we don't know how that's going to be, but it's a new original musical. It might have, and
It might have. But I think it'll be interesting to see if this affects the box office and if it will run at all. I mean, there's interest. People are interested in Lady Diana. The Crown is coming up. There's another movie about her coming up called Spencer.
Is it more of a touring company then? Because I think the public
maybe
at large might be more interested
maybe
than the normal Broadway theater goers.
Maybe.
Actually, the thing that we don't really know, and then I promise all the people who do not care about theater, I'll get to the quiz. But the thing that we don't know, because for the past bunch of months, Broadway producers have elected, and they don't have to, they never had to, not to report their grosses. So we don't know if Moulin Rouge got any kind of a groundswell from the few viewers who did watch the Tonys. If Jagged Little Pill got a little kick, well, The Inheritance.
But you said Slave Play stayed
No, not.
open. Slave Play
Yeah.
stayed open, or which one?
Yes, Slave Play reopened,
Reopened.
which
Yeah.
I'll bet I'm sure that they were counting on a win.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. I can just imagine the producers' minds when they said, and the winner is The Inheritance. Oh no!
Right.
You're gonna lose all that money.
Something much worse.
Well, what's your opinion of Aladdin opening and closing so quickly?
Well, it's really terrible. I mean, I guess they had a breakthrough case, and it wasn't just one, it went to some other people in the company, and it doesn't surprise me, and maybe it'll happen to some other, I hope it doesn't happen to any other shows.
Well, the one thing I did mention earlier in the program that you both know if you were watching.
I watched a little bit. I did.
You did. No, but the thing about Aladdin is it's a room full of children. Some other shows on Broadway are not going to have that level of unvaccinated tiny little creatures running around the auditorium. Slave Play, when that opens, they don't have to worry about 9-year-olds in the audience, I hope.
Well,
I gotta tell you, what you don't have to worry about is a solo performance.
Yeah.
I've been triple vaxxed.
Wow.
I'm on stage. Oh no, it's okay. Triple vaxxed is good.
No, I went, wow. I was applauding. What did you think?
And I'm on stage, and the audience is masked, and you have to be vaccinated to even get into the theater, or at least show a negative, COVID test. And we're doing as much as we can to make it safe, and you got one person on stage, so.
Yeah.
David Sheward.
We put
Sorry.
our link, and we put David's link in.
Oh, well, we need. It's nunsforfun.com.
Yeah, and then I have David. Did the David S too? He just wrote something about.
Cultural. Did you write something for culturaldaily.com or Theater Life?
Well, I wrote a review of Sanctuary City, which is on both Theater Life and Cultural Daily. And on the David desk, I did a report on news post Tony, like Slave Play reopening. There's a revival of The Skin of Our Teeth, which is going to open in the Vivian Beaumont. And also that Daniel Craig and Ruth Negga are going to be doing the Scottish play in April. And what's interesting about that is Denzel Washington and Frances McDormand.
You just hit your microphone, David. We lost your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
David's
Daniel Craig and Ruth Negga are doing the Scottish play on Broadway in April. And Frances McDormand and Denzel Washington are doing a movie of the Scottish play, which will be coming out soon.
Right, I saw that. I saw the new James Bond film at a screening this past week, and I liked it quite a lot. Yeah, highly recommend it. Now, David Sheward, I just want to point out, I sent you a friend request a long time ago.
Did you?
It hasn't been responded to.
Okay. While we're speaking, let's see here. Friend request.
Dave's got my eyes all about settling old scores.
Where is Friends? Let's see. Friends. Where's Friends requests on this? Hold on a
I
minute.
don't know. There it is, requested. You may wonder what's in my background.
There it is. Vicki Quade. There it is.
Quad, it's actually pronounced Quaddy.
Quade. There you go. Confirm.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Aww.
Well, thank you,
Right
David
here.
Sheward. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to play the Today, Yesterday trivia quiz. We're going to do it for a two-person team. So what we're going to do is we have 10 questions. Go figure. This is the 1 week I had an extra question just in case.
We
So,
can toss that in at the end.
what I'm going to
It's
do
a
is
lightning round. Who can get it? Wait.
so I'm going to switch over the tiebreaker to the end.
Everybody looks so good looking in blue. It's a very
There we go.
nice fabric.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Oh, actually, it's interesting, David. Your shirt when you first logged on looked black.
No, it's
Oh,
blue.
no,
And
it
that-
looks blue.
Yeah. So we are. Great minds think alike.
Very good.
And yellow and floral. Very nice.
Very photogenic. I like it.
Are you guys ready to play the game?
I
Yeah.
am ready.
Yes.
So here's the deal. Rather than 3 rounds, we're just going to ask
Okay.
questions back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You can steal from each other. So they're each.
David has left.
There we go. So,
I'm asking my husband to pick up the phone, which is ringing.
okay. So here we go. Let me get to roll a die. Vicki Quade, could you kindly pick a number between 1 and 6?
4.
4. Vicki with a 4. David Sheward.
Wait, David's gonna answer a spam call.
Was that spam
My
like?
husband, it's a person I know, and my husband's picking it up. So, okay. I will pick 3.
Oh,
With 3.
David. I know that there's something about that. I have now changed my strategy based on watching David.
Oh, here we go. Let's see. Well, David Sheward, we just rolled a number 3 for you on roll a die. So do you want to go first or second?
I will go first.
David Sheward first. Vicki Quade second. In the Daverhood and Potato, we'll go third if we need to. Are you guys ready to play the game? Oh, I love him.
What is that?
It's a snail.
Oh,
Oh,
gotten you.
look at that. Oh.
Lovely.
Well, I guess it's going to be a shell game then. Here we go. Very sorry. That got the laugh. Look at that. Thank you. Just dropped my
I
pen.
just hope it doesn't suck,
Oh. Don't even.
Why don't we get started? Let Scar go.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh,
All right, David Sheward, you get the first question. It's worth 2 points. All right. And remember, folks, if this is the first time you're watching, where have you been for 19 years? You realize this is actually our
Yes.
20th anniversary episode.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is it? Oh,
Is it?
congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah. We began October 6th of 2002. So we begin our 20th season today.
Yeah.
No,
Wow. So welcome, and thank you guys for playing. So David Sheward, the year. So all of these questions, except for a couple, have to do with things that happened in history on October 2nd. All right?
Okay.
October 2nd, 1850. A public demonstration was held today for a new invention made of wooden beams, copper, and cloth. Inventor Jacques Toussaint Benoit called it the Pasolinic sympathetic compass. According to Benoit, what was its purpose? Multiple choice. A, to put magnetic waves in the water that compel fish towards fishing boats. B, to transfer fire away from its source to a place where it can be controlled. C, to prove that snails can communicate telepathically. Or D, to tune several, there he is,
Whoa.
to tune several pianos, harps, or harpsichords all at once and all to the same exact pitch.
This is the snail mind meld.
Wow.
That's interesting. And, I just realized I should have gone second, because then I would know which letter was the first question, and I would pick another one. But anyway, all right. All right. So that's a hint, Vicki.
Oh, I know.
All right. So my choices are snail mind meld.
Right.
I must find drums. Okay. Snail mind meld. Sympathetic. Read them again.
The inventor called it Pasolinic sympathetic compass. What was its purpose? A, to put magnetic waves in the water that compel fish towards fishing boats. B, to transfer fire away from its source to a place where it can be controlled. C, to prove that snails can communicate telepathically. Or D, to tune several pianos, harps, or harpsichords all at once and all to the same exact pitch.
And it's called sympathetic.
Oh, damn it. You're going to make me say it again. Okay. Pasolinic sympathetic compass.
Pasolinic sympathetic compass. Well, that sounds like, I don't think, if it's a compass, I don't think it's the snail mind meld. The tuning thing, the compass thing sort of makes sense to draw the fish to the boat. And the other one was tuning harpsichords and other things, right?
Right. Well, several pianos or several harps or several harpsichords.
And what was the fourth one?
And the fire, something about fire.
It takes fire away from its source to a place where it can be controlled.
I think it's drawing the fish to the boats. I'll say drawing the fish to the boats.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, David Sheward, I'm afraid this quiz is not going swimmingly for you yet. That is not the correct answer. Vicki Quade, you get to steal.
That's what I thought too, David. I thought that.
Okay.
And is anybody playing along at home? Do you know?
I think people are horrified.
The Pasolinic sympathetic compass was made of wooden beams, copper, and cloth by inventor Jacques Toussaint Benoit. He demonstrated it today in 1850. Vicki Quade, any idea on what it was supposed to do?
Tuning the harpsichords and all that.
Is that your final answer?
It is.
Well, take note, both of you. Okay, a little harpsichord. No, I fooled. It was kind of easier with only two people.
What is it? Is it the fire?
Would you believe? I'm going to tell the whole story.
No. Is it the snail? Is it?
Yes.
No,
David. Oh my God. That's so crazy. I should have said that's so crazy it can't be true, and that's the one that's true.
That's the one that's Jacques Benoit claimed that when snails mate,
oh God,
they form a permanent telepathic link.
Wow.
And this keeps the snails in sympathetic communication, kind of like an electric current. To demonstrate, he built a scaffold of 10-foot wooden beams supporting zinc bowls lined with cloth soaked in copper sulfate. At the bottom of each bowl was a snail glued there.
Oh God.
Each snail was associated with a different letter of the alphabet, while an identical second device held another snail. To transmit a letter, the operator touched one of the snails, and this was supposed to cause a reaction in the corresponding snail, just like David's doing there, which could then be read by the receiving operator. By the way, Jacques Benoit was a complete fraud. The experiment did not work.
Oh yes, I remember. I remember this quite well. He come to me and he say, "Monsieur Snail, I will make you famous. Here is 100 francs." Here is 100 francs. All you have to do is sit in a bowl of copper sulfate and think of a letter.
While you're glued in there.
And he did not tell me I would be glued. It was horrible. It scarred me for life. I tell you, I could not move after that. It was horrible. I tried to sue him. I did not make a cent. It was the worst experience of my life.
Mon Dieu.
Ask him what letter he was.
What letter of the alphabet were you?
I was the letter Z.
See, I had you a bit. So.
Zed's dead, baby.
It's part of my new memoir. Is a book called You've Got Snail.
Yeah.
All right, next question.
And by the way, 2 years after that demonstration, after he was completely debunked, because basically it was a guy walking back and forth between snails, saying what letters they were. Yeah, he was found wandering the streets of Paris, drunk and indigent, and just basically that's what became of him.
Snails got him.
Benoit, I will not give you a franc. You have destroyed life, and you get what you deserve.
What letter is this from?
Here we go. We have our next question, which is for Vicki Quade. We have a tie game so far.
She hasn't had her chance yet.
Vicki.
I had a chance. I blew it. I should have said snail.
Well, this is your own question. Your own question.
You paid full price. You should have gotten it on snail. So here we go. I'm sorry. This is, Vicki, 3 clues in the news.
Okay.
I love this.
Oh, good. So, but this is Vicki's question first. So, what it is these are 3 words that are connected to another word. Okay, they're not connected to each other. So it can be blank word or word blank. You know how it goes. So, these are the 3 clues related on some level to something in the news.
Okay.
Oh
Corn,
boy.
mad, paddle.
Say it slowly.
Corn,
mad, paddle. Paddle, like you paddle somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Like a boat, paddle a boat. Paddle a boat. Corn.
How a nun paddles a child.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't think of that one.
The paddles for something else, but yeah, like this.
Basically, yes.
Okay. Corn mad, right? Mad. Mad for you. Corn syrup, corn mash. Mad mash, no. Paddle mash, no. Corn. It's like you have to figure out the one word that you can get the most and then add it on.
Yeah.
Mad. Corn. Corn syrup, corn mash, corn fritter, mad fritter, corn, cream corn, mad corn, mad cream mad, corn salad. I don't know. Mad salad. I don't know. Mad. And then in the news, I mean, that's the thing. Mad. Oh, and paddle. Boat paddle, wooden paddle, but then wooden corn. I don't know. Oh,
I think
David. You got it, David? David just got it.
Uh-oh.
David
So
figured
Vicki,
it out.
you may have
Something
Think
about
hard.
wooden paddle.
This is a hard one.
That's what she said.
I'm confused. It's very difficult.
This is a hard one. I want to let David get it because he's got it.
Well, do you want to take a shot? Do you want to take any kind of guess? Pick a word out of any dictionary and just take one shot.
Corn cob. Mad cob. Corn. Nope. Do it.
I've tuned my xylophone with my pedal.
Which needs to be fixed. Let me tell you. You got those pieces that are broken on it.
Come on. This is kind of tragic.
It is tragic.
The budget. So, Vicki, I'm good.
Okay.
Cobb is not the correct answer. So, David Sheward.
Go ahead, David. What is it?
It's corn, mad, paddle. Do you have a word?
I think it's dog.
Oh, wow.
Is that your
dog.
final answer?
Yes.
Mad dog. Yeah. You're right.
Wow.
David Sheward, you sure know how to raise the wolf. It was, in fact, dog. And why is it in the news?
Wow.
What
Oh,
dog was in the news?
Because it's just been, maybe it's not. Well, no, you're in New York. It's all over the New York papers that idiot Dog the Bounty Hunter is out there looking for Brian.
Oh,
Yeah. Right.
Oh. I mean, all I heard was Trump Jr. said something like, "I have more confidence in Dog the Bounty Hunter than the FBI." That's all I heard.
Oh, well, that's because Dog is out there. He's like being very vocal, and he's all over the
it's,
papers.
it's because of the bad hairdo. You think the Trumps trust anyone with bad hair?
Yeah. But anyway, David. So what game? How did you find the word? If you didn't know.
Well, dog. I thought about corn and mad came together because I thought of Mad Dog's an Englishman, and I thought there is a corn dog, and for the longest time I couldn't figure out dog. What's paddle? And then I remembered dog paddle.
Yeah.
There you go.
Good job,
David Sheward. You lead the game so far in our first of 5 rounds in this particular version of Yesterday quiz on Dave's Gone By. Are you guys ready for round 2?
Yes.
So here's another question. This one goes directly, though. Ow. Sorry, I hurt this finger.
Directly, ow.
David Sheward, this question here goes directly to you.
Okay.
October 5th, 1919. In the midst of an exhausting tour to promote the League of Nations, President Woodrow Wilson suffers a debilitating stroke. For a while, it leaves him unable to move or speak, so his wife Edith takes on the paperwork. Which of these other
more than the paperwork?
Well, I'm sorry, what? Oh,
more than the paperwork, she made decisions.
Well,
She ran the country.
She was the
I'm
president.
sorry, that was an
Yes, he was the president. That's right.
She didn't just sign his name.
All right, his wife Edith became the president. There we
Yes, she
go.
did.
Change that. Okay. Which of these other presidents?
Says the man who does laundry in this household.
True. Which one of these other presidents also suffered a stroke while in office?
Oh, okay.
A. Chester Arthur. B. Dwight Eisenhower. C. Millard Fillmore. D. John Tyler.
So one of these other people suffered a stroke while in office.
While in office.
All right. Well, let's see. Well, Tyler became president after Harrison died a month after the inauguration.
Tippecanoe.
Yeah, so that would be much of a coincidence. But who knows? It could be any, that's really strange. It's really interesting.
It's a good question.
Eisenhower.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, David Sheward, not only are you a colleague, but I like you. Because you have a high IQ. Haha. And you got the question right. It was, in fact, Eisenhower. Was that just a guess, or?
It was a guess. I don't remember if I heard anything about that, but it was a guess.
Well, what's kind of interesting about this question for me is that all of those people did have strokes. It's just they had them after the others had them after they were out of office. Check it out. This is how many presidents had strokes: Nixon, Ford, John Quincy Adams, Andrew Johnson, and Chester Arthur, Millard Fillmore, and John Tyler. While FDR had a fatal stroke. He wasn't on that list, but FDR had a fatal stroke while in office too.
Yeah.
So they had strokes after they left off the other ones.
Yeah. So
everyone was in office.
Yeah. It was
At what point of his presidency did he have that stroke?
Eisenhower? Oh, yeah. I don't know.
He had it after watching the Tony show.
He went to see Hamilton,
television then.
And he was so upset by it. But anywho, well done. David Sheward has 4 points, but Vicki, we're only in round 2, and you can get 2 points if you get this question correct.
Okay.
Here we go. The year was 1925.
That's better.
The character, the subject, is Josephine Baker. And she appears on stage on this date naked, except for a banana costume opening La Revue Neige, or Negre, which makes her the toast of Paris. But Americans were not so enchanted. In fact, when she appeared in the Ziegfeld Follies of 1936, the critic for Time magazine dismissed her using all of these phrases except one?
Oh, okay. That's a good question.
A, Negro wench. B, tall and stringy. C, savage cat. D, buck-toothed.
Ooh.
Say it again.
I can read that again. So
Yeah, I'm just trying, I'm picturing her to see if she really was tall and skinny.
well, here's the it was
Or
not
she was
quite by
bucktooth. I don't remember she was being bucktooth, but that may have just been a pejorative.
Yeah.
Um,
So years later, after she was always more famous all across Europe, she
Sure.
comes to the
She's
Ziegfeld
performing.
Follies,
right,
and the Time magazine critic
right.
did not like her and used all of these
All of these
phrases
except for one. Right.
except for one. All of these things he called
Right.
her except for one. A, Negro wench. B, tall and stringy. C, savage cat. D, buck-toothed.
Ooh. I'm gonna say savage cat.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Wow, wow, meow. That is the correct answer. He did not use seven. I made that one up. He did call her tawny tainted. That's another phrase that the guy. I don't know who wrote it. I guess they didn't put bylines on Time magazine back then, but whoever was reviewing her, little bit racist.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
Just a wee bit. It's really amazing to read that now. It's just
Yeah. It's amazing to see her when the little bit of filming they have of her. Just truly a talent. And the fact that she had to leave the country to make her mark before she could come back.
In France, yeah.
Rabbi Sol is thinking of doing that at this point. He'll do anything. So he may go to Czechoslovakia. We'll see. Anywho,
With bananas or not?
we have a 4-2 game. We do. It's Vicki Quade with 2 points, David Sheward with 4 as we moved into round 3 of our yesterday quiz.
And now we're Facebook friends.
Yes, we are. Thank goodness.
All 3 of us. You see, we're all
Yes.
connected that way. David Sheward, this question goes to you.
Okay.
And we go to 1947, another multiple choice question. Yankees catcher Yogi Berra hits the first ever pinch hit home run in a World Series. The Yanks, by the way, lost the game, but the Dodgers won the series. The word pinch has many meanings, from compressing something to stealing something. According to Merriam-Webster's, which of these is also a definition of the word pinch? A, to put out a batsman in cricket. B, to iron laundry between heated rollers. C, to return gunfire in an attack. Or D, to sail too close to the wind.
Oh, no, I've lost my system. I haven't been keeping track of which letters are correct. So my system is gone. All right, let me see. I have to go back to that system so I don't forget. Okay, so it's to get out a batter in cricket.
Right.
To iron between steam rollers.
Mm-hmm.
To do something to the wind.
To sail too close to the wind, or to return gunfire in an attack.
I think it's the I'm going to say the cricket thing.
Is that your final answer?
I've never heard of I've never heard of any of these, but that may be so obscure that I'll go with that since we're not British.
Incorrect. That is not the answer. No, I'm afraid, David Sheward. So, right here.
Bloody hell, I thought that was it. That's when I play cricket, I always say that.
Yes, leg before wicket there, David Sheward, I'm afraid on that one. So,
I'm going to put you out.
So it's ironing between
heated rollers, laundry, to return gunfire in an attack, or to sail too close to the wind.
To sail too close to the wind. That's odd.
That's a Celine Dion song, isn't it?
Something like that.
To sail too close to the wind. Or to iron.
Dare to try, sail too close to the wind.
Or what's the gunfire? What is that?
To return gunfire in an attack.
To return gunfire.
These would all be good song lyrics.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. To return gunfire. To sail too close to the wind. I love that. That's a good line. To sail too close to the wind. Since I like it so much, I'll say that. To sail too close to the wind. It's very poetic.
Anybody standing with me in an elevator doesn't want to sail too close to my broken wind. But let me tell you, Vicki Quade, you tied the game! We have a tie! Well done! Yes! Yes!
Because it sounded so beautiful. To sail too close to the wind.
Yeah. And it's used in literature, you pinch. Yeah, yay! Well done. By the way, so to put out a batsman in cricket, you dismiss them. To put iron laundry between heated rollers is to mangle. And to return gunfire in an attack is to reply. So those are the other words there.
To mangle. Now that's interesting because you would not think it would be.
Well, and that thing is called a mangle, from what I recall.
There you go. So, I love when this happens. We have it. Not that I'm rooting against either of you, but I love a tie, a close game, and it is 4-4. David Sheward and Vicki Quade. But here's the deal, Vicki. This is the third round, and we're only halfway through it. So David Sheward can take the lead here.
Yeah, that's right.
Somebody needs to get out more often.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's been 19 months into a pandemic. I do. All right, here we go. The year 1950, David Sheward.
Okay.
Let's see how I can make you lose this game. All right, 1950. Here's is the year on this date, October 2nd. Go figure you would get this one.
Yeah, go ahead.
7 newspapers carry the first... Wait a minute. Hold on one second. Yes, this is for David. 7 newspapers carry the first 4-panel strip of Peanuts.
Oh,
Charles
Wait a minute. Is it for David? Because David didn't get the other one, and then I stole it from him.
Wait a minute.
No, you got what?
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm sorry, this is Vicki's question.
Oh.
I was thrown. Excuse me.
So are we still round 3?
This is the second question of round 3. So Vicki gets this question directly. Good going, Vicki. And I'm sorry. I apologize, Vicki. So here we go. This could get interesting here. 7 newspapers on this date in 1950 carry the first 4-panel strip of Peanuts, Charles M. Schulz's comic. For the prior 3 years, Schulz had already been drawing several of those characters in a 1-panel strip for the St. Paul Pioneer Press. What was the name of that cartoon? Here's a hint. The initials were LF.
Well, L would be Lucy. LF. And it was based on Peanuts. Oh my goodness, Charlie Brown. LF. Life.
Lice free.
Life free.
La Fontaine. No.
Yeah,
Fontaine.
Right. Laugh forever. LF. Life foibles.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Is that your final answer?
It's wrong.
It's a very good guess, but that is the incorrect one. So even though you make peanuts playing this quiz, David Sheward, you can get 2 points and take the lead here. Okay. So you are going to get a comic book question anyway. Charles M. Schulz's comic Peanuts debuted today, but before then, he was doing some of those characters in a 1-panel strip. What was the name of that cartoon whose initials were LF?
It was Little or Lil, like Little Abner, Little Folks.
Oh,
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, you're not poking around, David Sheward. That is, I figured as soon as I saw that it was you in that question. But yeah, well done. Well done. That is the correct answer. Little L-I-apostrophe-L folks that eventually became the Peanuts characters and Charlie Brown and so forth. Well done, David Sheward. So yay. You have a 2-point lead as we go into the fourth round of our Today Yesterday quiz on this Saturday, October 2nd, 2021 on Dave's Gone By. I'm Dave Lefkowitz, by the way. My darling wife Joyce is here. Potato is here. We have our brand new little Papito joining him.
oh, lovely. The snail.
Snail.
We also
Snail
have
is there.
Mr. Snail.
Oh. See, now, Snail, are you able to pick up this show via antenna?
Yes, I can sometimes, but with the internet is very difficult because so many images come into my brain, which I do have a telepathic power.
I wish it was like a mollusk pung. I can't think of anything.
Oh, it looks like he's really glued to this show. You know?
Yeah, I do have the mollusk. I do have the telepathic powers.
Oh,
I do not like the way they portray me on SpongeBob. He's not
yeah, Patrick's not very. Are you brighter than Patrick?
Patrick is the starfish. The
Wait.
snail is called Gary, and
Sorry.
he goes meow. Snails do not go meow.
No, that's right. Oh, this is true. Anywho, let us begin round 4.
Yes, that is not a snail sound. That is a shot. Ce n'est pas le snail.
Oh, no. Oh. How do you say snail? Well, is escargot a live snail or just a cooked dish?
I could look it up, but for some reason, it's not letting me do Wikipedia.
Right, so it might be 2 different words. I don't know. Anywho, so it's a 6-4 game between Vicki Quade of Late Night Catechism and Holy Ghost Bingo in Chicago, and David Sheward, former managing editor of Backstage, also the former president of the Drama Desk, as well as a blogger and theater critic for Cultural Daily and TheaterLife.com. So we begin, though, this next round with David Sheward trying to build on his lead. This next question, we go all the way to 1959, David. Here we go.
Year of my birth.
Oh, was it really? I did not know. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. When was your birthday, Dave? What's your birthday?
May 7th.
Oh.
May 7th.
Well, cool. And Vicki, I won't remember this, but when's your birthday?
I am the Feast of the Assumption.
Hello, I went to yeshiva.
The only day of obligation in the summer.
Okay. August something? What is it?
It is August. August what?
Feast of the
What are you obliged to do on that day? What do you have?
Well, you're obliged to go to church.
Oh.
You go to mass.
Okay.
It's the Assumption of the Virgin Mary.
And you assume that you're going to have a feast.
Well, when you make a sump, you make a sump of you and me. I don't know what that.
Not a sump. Right.
It is August 15th.
Oh, is it? Oh, wow. Oh, I made that assumption, but I guess I need a sump pump. Here we go. Anyway. Well, happy a month or 2 after your birthday, Vicki, and far away from your birthday day. So, 1959 was the year. Debuting tonight on CBS, The Twilight Zone, an anthology of stories ranging from sci-fi to dark to absurdist horror. The original show would go on to 5 seasons and 156 episodes. Which of these is not true about the original Twilight Zone?
Okay.
A, one of the episodes won an Oscar. B, actor Robert McCord appeared in 67 different episodes. C, amateur writers sent in more than 1,000 scripts to be considered for the show. Only 2 of them made it on the air. Or D, when recording narration for the pilot episode, Rod Serling referred to exploring a 6th dimension because he mistakenly thought the universe already had 5 rather than 4.
All right. So which of these is not true?
Right. Only one of these is not true.
The amount of scripts being submitted sounds correct. but you could be it could be like 3 instead of 2, or none were accepted. So it was one of them won an Oscar. One of them was one of them won an Oscar. One of them was
Actor Robert McCord appeared
one
in
actor appeared in
7
67
episodes of the show.
Uh, this guy was in 67 episodes. 1,000 script submissions, only 2 were accepted, and Serling said in the pilots there's a 6th dimension instead of there's a 5th. Well, wait a minute. Let me think a minute. I'm trying to remember that he did say that at one point. There is a 6th dimension, one beyond sight and sound, and we're going to go there now, or something like that. Huh. All right, the one about the 6th dimension.
You're saying that is not true.
Yeah.
This is the incorrect one.
Yeah.
Up and away in my beauty. See, that's the 5th dimension there.
Yeah.
And but I'm afraid your balloon is parachuting or plummeting back to Earth, David Sheward, because that is not the correct answer here. So, Vicki Quade, you have a steal opportunity and can tie the game.
Okay.
With you,
And I love the Twilight Zone. Okay, so one of them won an Oscar. One of the scripts won an Oscar.
One of the episodes won
The episodes
an Oscar.
won an Oscar. Okay, and the actor, and then the number of scripts that were submitted.
1,000 scripts to be considered for the show. Only 2 of them made it on the air.
And the actor appeared in how many episodes?
67 different episodes out of the 156 that were, shot.
Oh, 67. I'm going to say it's that one, the actor.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, as acting head of this particular show, I'm afraid I have to say that I stumped both of you on this particular question. So here's
the script. It's the scripts, isn't it?
No, there's no script involved. It was first of all, one of the episodes won an Oscar. What happened?
I know which one it was.
Go ahead, tell.
It was Occurrence at Owl Creek,
right,
which was a short film which won the Best Short Subject Award, and based on an Ambrose Pierce story.
Right, yeah.
And later became a song, I think, by Tom Jones. He sang a song about
it's about the Civil War or something.
Right.
And
it's the man falling.
yeah,
right.
And
in that moment he relived.
And Sterling saw the film and liked it so much he bought it to be shown on Twilight Zone. So it did win an Oscar.
I knew that.
As a separate thing. That I knew.
Okay. So that was not the correct answer for this, because that was true. It's also true that Robert McCord,
he was in 67.
He didn't always have like a featured speaking role. Sometimes just like background or stunt, but he was in 67 different episodes.
I thought that was perhaps he was in 80 or something.
Yeah. David primed you for that one, but no.
But it was the scripts. The number of scripts.
The number of scripts. So here's the deal. Also, when Rod Serling was recording narration for the pilot episode, he mentioned the 6th dimension, and then like a network executive overheard him and ran down the hall and said, no, there's only 5, or there's only 4, and so he made him change the narration they redid it. So that Serling said there's 5, 5th dimension. But what happened with the scripts, amateur writers did send in more than 1,000 scripts to be considered for the show. Serling read 500 of them. And he said out of them, only 2 were worthy of even being on the show, but they were never made. None of them were ever used. So that was, in fact, the tricky question.
I wonder if those writers ever went on to actually get work produced somewhere.
They probably did.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Probably the 2 that impressed Rod Serling. Maybe had other opportunities. Anywho, I am impressed that we still have a 6-4 game with David Sheward leading in our Today Yesterday quiz. We are now into the second part of the 4th penultimate round here, with Vicki Quade getting this question. And Vicki, you can still tie the game. Here we go.
Okay.
So exciting. Another multiple choicer. The year 1967.
Okay.
Busted. Without a warrant, police break into the Grateful Dead house at 710 Ashbury Street in San Francisco. 11 people were busted for pot, including Bob Weir and Pigpen. The other band members weren't home. Speaking of the Grateful Dead, which of these is not an album officially released by the Dead when Jerry was still alive?
Okay.
A, The Story of the Ghost. B, Steal Your Face. C, Go to Heaven. D, From the Mars Hotel.
Ooh. Boy, I don't know the Grateful Dead, the title of their albums. Because one song could be an entire album, you know. Would you read them again? I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Which of these is not an official Grateful Dead album from when Jerry was still... So we're not talking about these things that were released a million years later.
Right.
The Story of the Ghost, Steal Your Face, Go to Heaven, From the Mars Hotel.
Ooh, I'm going to say Go to Heaven. I don't know that sounds like a Grateful Dead album. I'm going to say that.
And you're a nun. I mean, of course you're going to say Go to Heaven. I'm afraid that I have to return with a hellish response to that. That is not the correct answer. That is or was a Grateful Dead album. David Sheward.
Okay. So which of these is not a Grateful Dead album?
Correct.
And what are the choices?
The Story of the Ghost, Go to Heaven, From the Mars Hotel.
No, Go to Heaven is out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Story of the Ghost, Steal Your Face, From the Mars Hotel.
Weren't they all nominated for Best Musical by the Drama Desk?
Yeah, Randy Jenner picked every single one of them. It's,
okay, let's see. So, yeah, that and Midnight at the Never Get. Let's see. So we've got
The Story of the Ghost.
Story of the Ghost.
Steal Your Face.
Steal Your Face.
From the Mars Hotel.
From the Mars Hotel. Now, The Story of the Ghost sounds so bland.
Well, so does Go to Heaven.
Yeah. Steal Your Face probably is one because that sounds real distinctive. And the third one was
From the Mars Hotel.
Right.
The Mars Hotel, which sounds good too. I'm The Story of the Ghost.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
Well, I will be haunted by your response, David Sheward, because it is correct.
Oh,
you got that correct. Yes, you took it. You got it, David. The Story of the Ghost is a 1988 Fish album. All the rest were much older Grateful Dead albums. Mars Hotel came out. That's actually a pretty good album, Mars Hotel, from 1974. And Go to Heaven was 1980. So there you go. Good job, David Sheward. Oh, my goodness. You've opened up a bit of a lead there. You got 8 points to Vicki Quade's 4. So, game's not over yet. We still have 2 questions.
Final round.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Final round? Okay.
Right.
So, David, here's the deal. And then we do have a tiebreaker just for funsies after that. So, David Sheward, this next question goes directly to you.
Okay.
And it's 3 clues in the news.
Oh, okay.
Here we are, because I gotta move some stuff around. So, 3 clues in the news. You know what to do. Blank, word, blank, and so forth.
All right.
The words are heavy, drug, jam.
Heavy drug jam. Heavy drug jam. Heavy drug. Now, as soon as it said heavy, I thought metal, but that doesn't work. Drug, jam, space, maybe space, heavy space? No. What's happened in the news lately? Some people testified they were heavy going, heavy space, heavy jam. Doesn't leap out at me like the dog did.
The dog will leap out at you, yeah.
Heavy.
It's heavy something.
Heavy?
Or something heavy, right.
No. Heavy. What's the second word? Heavy.
Oh, heavy. Sorry. Drug.
Drug.
Jam.
Jam.
Okay, drug. Jam, space, no, jam, jar, heavy. The second one was why do you
Drug.
Heavy drug
drug, okay.
jam.
Drug trial, drug side effect. Oh, heavy jam, heavy metal, heavy going heavy. Metal. I can't think of anything. Metal.
Is that your
Yeah.
final answer?
Yeah.
Well, I've tested your metal, David Sheward, and it's been found wanting in this instance.
All
But
right.
Vicky, you can steal, but I don't know
I
if you
know, and
can.
I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, oh no, heavy drug jam. Something types of jam, like raspberry jam and strawberry jam and tomato jam.
Woo! Woo!
Tomato, not potato.
Potato.
No, potatoes. I love tomatoes. I love ketchup. That's
Oh, do
their,
they? Oh.
Ketchup is their jam. So yeah.
Drug. You're right, like drugstore, drug.
Drug.
Paraphernalia, drug. Prescription. And then heavy. A heavy could be anything.
Oh,
Jam. I
Vicky,
know it's tough.
the
It's
game
tough.
hangs in the balance here.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. That's right. I can't do it. Can't figure it out.
All right, Joyce, do we have any people who are no?
No, people are baffled and confused.
Yeah.
You have a one? Do you think on this one?
I thought it was trial, but I have no idea.
Trial would be pretty
like
good.
Heavy cream, space jam. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought of space, but it doesn't fit the other.
Yeah, it doesn't fit. It does. Yeah. Okay, what is it?
And the word is
Approval? Maybe approval?
Driving. Horn.
Car.
Heavy horn.
Driver.
Truck.
Truck. Heavy.
many,
Uh,
many,
Fleet.
Petty.
Fleet.
not fleet.
Convoy.
Truck.
Convoy.
rock, paper, scissors.
Together
I
in
don't
one
know.
place.
Highway. Traffic jam.
Traffic.
Traffic.
Oh,
Heavy traffic
Heavy traffic.
and drug traffic.
And
Drug
Traffic.
traffic.
That's a
Oh.
hard
And
one.
track
Traffic
I didn't get
jam.
that.
Got it. Well, that's a
Traffic.
tough one.
Body.
And it's in the
Traffic.
news because
There's always traffic in the news.
Because traffic is getting back together.
No, because
Traffic
R.
going
Kelly
on tour.
was convicted of sex trafficking.
Oh my
Oh
God.
my goodness.
That's a
Yes.
stretch.
Thank
Yeah.
God.
But that was a stretch. How was like a stretch?
That was a hard one.
Because you don't think of trafficking. Well, I guess.
Yeah, well, he wasn't convicted of rape. He was convicted of trafficking young girls.
and racketeering.
Oh well, yeah. Well, I couldn't think of bracket, but yeah.
Yeah, that's bad.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, they can't all be glorious. Okay.
Well,
Okay,
David's
well,
won the
that was good.
game.
Well, David, I do have a question for you anyway.
Yes.
Oh, no, I don't. I have a question for Vicky, actually.
We have one more round.
No, this is it. This is the final.
This is final question before the
You've won.
tiebreaker.
You've
Oh.
already won. So
Rest on your laurels, Dave.
Isn't it Vicky's turn though? Because I missed that one.
yeah, but no, it was, and I didn't get it. So it's now 8-4. It would have been 8-6 with a possibility of a tie. But
Vicky knows. Yes, the nun.
I thought.
That's because her son is mathematical.
Oh,
It's
you
biological.
got it, and I didn't get.
Right,
It was your question. I
so
didn't
it's now
know.
8-4. And even if I get this right, it's 8-6. You still win.
All right. Whoever, go
You
ahead.
got it. But it's and I'm sorry, Vicky. There
No, go ahead.
was going to be a big cash prize, but you know, Vicky, 1984 was the
So you
year.
get tickets to Moulin Rouge.
No, you get
What?
tickets to Aladdin, and you get to sit in the audience by yourself. And so, 1984 was the year. On this date, Papa John's Pizza is founded by John Schnatter in Jeffersonville, Indiana. Which of these is not true about pizza?
Okay.
A, the longest continuously running pizza place in America is Lombardi's on Spring Street in Manhattan.
Mhm.
B, Although American pizza parlors began in 1905, it wasn't until 1933 that they started selling pizza by the slice. C, the Hawaiian pizza with pineapple was actually started in Canada. Or D, Chuck E. Cheese was founded by the same guy who founded Atari.
Oh,
They're too complicated.
no. It's the first one was
Which is not true.
which is
One
which
of
is
them-
oh yeah, that's is it not true or
Okay.
is true?
Hold it.
False.
Hold it. I may have screwed this one up. Just give me a second.
Pizza. Oh, the longest running or the oldest one, a continuous, is someplace in New York. It's
Right.
possible. The pineapple was created in Canada, also possible because I think people put Canadian bacon on that. It was not initially sold by the slice. What was the other one? The last one was
Chuck E. Cheese was
Oh,
founded
Chuck
by
E.
the same
Cheese.
guy who founded Atari.
Atari. I'm gonna say it's Chuck E. Cheese, probably founded by some other company. Let's say it's Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh, well, I'm afraid your answer smells like Limburger. Vicki, that is not the correct answer. So David Sheward, steal opportunity just for funsies.
Now,
Which
so
of
this
these
is
is
what's
not true?
which is not true. Okay.
A,
So,
longest continuously running pizza place in America is Lombardi's on Spring Street, Manhattan. B,
Okay.
although American pizza parlors began in 05, wasn't until 33 they started selling pizza by the slice. Or C, Hawaiian pizza with pineapple was actually started in Canada.
I think it's the one about they didn't start doing the slices until 1933 because I think it was later.
Oh,
Final answer?
Yeah, I don't remember people like gold diggers of 1933. They weren't eating pizza slices.
No, I don't know. Or pizza now, like I'm sure they do it with gold flake or something. But here's the deal. I think I've stumped you guys again because the not true one. Here's the deal.
the longest running or the pineapple?
Well, here's the deal. Lombardi's on Spring Street started as a grocery store in 1897, began selling pizza in 1905, but it closed for 10 years in the 1980s, which makes Papa's Tomato Pies in Trenton, New Jersey, which opened in 1912, the longest running, continuously running, pizza parlor anywhere. And by the way, it was Patsy's Pizzeria in New York City that started the slice trend in 1933. And Nolan Bushnell is the guy who co-founded Atari, and then he began Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh.
So basically, it's a way to sell more pizza. So there you go.
I'm glad this wasn't a question specifically about Papa John's because I don't like him.
Well, after that whole Obama thing,
he's pro-Trump and he's anti-union.
Oh,
anti-union. He said after the Obamacare came in that he was going to lay off employees. I don't eat. There are places I don't eat. Papa John's is one of them. A Chick-fil-A. No, I've never eaten a Chick-fil-A.
Neither have I.
Me neither, actually. But Papa John's is probably a crusty son of a bitch. But Thank you. So, do you guys have a pen and paper?
And he wanted to put me on a slice. I do not like him.
Oh, God. Actually, I'm sure you could. It'd probably be like an anchovy.
Yeah, maybe. Yes.
Okay.
Probably right.
So,
yeah, don't you remember that Papa John, the guy, he donated after he said some garbage about Obamacare, he then donated a ton of free pizzas at a football game or something. Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Well, that's not so bad, but.
Well, no, he was making a statement like,
as long as you don't kneel during the national anthem, I'll give you some pizza.
Some garbage.
Anywho, we have a tiebreaker, even though there's no tie, even though David Sheward is the champion.
David Sheward won. Congratulations.
Thank
you.
you.
Vicki got 4 points in a game that's very hard to get any points.
It was a hard game, but it was.
I owe it all to Monsieur Lescargot. Merci. I sent him the answer through my antenna.
Through
You probably don't know what's behind me. Do you know at all what this is?
Is that the
It
thing?
looks like a map, a layout of Manhattan.
No.
Layout of something in Chicago, something that was, the ground was broken this past week.
The Century of Progress.
Joyce is saying Rose Fair. Is it the what is that?
A former president and his lovely wife came
Oh,
to
the
Chicago.
Obama Library.
It's the Obama.
Oh.
It's not a library. It's a center.
Oh,
Yeah, where are the
There will
books?
be no books there.
There's no. How do you build a library and there's no room for any books in it?
Well,
What
it's
kind of
not called a
retard does
library.
that?
It's
What?
not called the library. It's the Obama Education Center or something like that.
Okay, well, I guess nowadays it's all on. They hand you an iPad. It's like, here you go. Go learn about the president.
yeah, the
It's like
Trump
Presidential
Educational
Library is going to
Center.
be like one screen from now on.
Yeah, the Trump Educational Center will be like an outhouse or something.
With tons of
It'll be a
coins. Yeah.
It'll be a pizza parlor in New York.
The pizza parlor, yeah,
I'd visit that. I would go
and
there.
a My Pillow factory.
No, but have you guys seen on Netflix? I loved it. It's Martin Scorsese did just a series of interviews with Fran Lebowitz.
Yeah, yes, I did.
Yeah, they
And
were
he's
great. They're a lot
walking
of fun.
around. Where is that? They have a model of New
I think
York.
it's in Queens. I think it's part of the Queens Museum. I think.
It's wonderful. I would love to do that. Just kind of like Godzilla, just tiptoeing in booties around a whole model of New York. And I thought that was
And
neat.
he laughs at everything. She says the word "the" and he's laughing.
Well, she's funny.
She's good.
She's
He
very
is funny.
yeah.
But he's like crazy in his response.
All right.
I
Well,
think that he's also the.
no, Scorsese. Well, I don't know. But when they're out there having a meal, but he's directing the thing.
But have you seen the commercial? There's like a film, there's a commercial for some, I don't know, some company where he's filming he's looking through the pictures. He's just been filming a birthday party and he doesn't like any of them and he wants to redo it. Whatever that product is, the commercial is really funny.
I think I vaguely remember that. It was a few years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's great, and he talks faster than I even do. Nobody talks faster than Martin Scorsese. But it's a wonderful show. People haven't seen it. Sorry?
He's wonderful.
Yeah. So, but here's the deal. We have a wonderful question for our tiebreaker,
Ready?
which I will read the question. You write it down. I'll give a 3, 2, 1, and then you hold your papers up for
Okay.
the finale.
Okay. Ready?
Again, it's all just in fun. David Sheward, you're the winner. The year was... Wow. Kind of fooled myself there, but it is true. The year was 1890. Born today in Manhattan, Julius Henry Marx, a.k.a. Groucho. With his brothers, he had huge success in vaudeville and film. TV would give him late career success with You Bet Your Life. But in between, he endured a fallow period of failed radio shows. In one, he played the bumbling dad in an unsold pilot episode of a sitcom called The Flotsam Family. Months later, the scriptwriter reworked the same material for comedy actor William Bendix and renamed the show What?
Oh, I know this. Oh.
Okay.
Soon as I said the name, David Sheward was like
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah, I know. I know it, but I know I'm going to give the wrong answer. But
Okay, are you guys ready? I'll read a truncated version of the question again. Born October 2nd, 1890, Groucho Marx, who of course had success in vaudeville and film with the Marx Brothers. TV would give him success with You Bet Your Life, but not so much luck on radio. In one unsold pilot, he played a bumbling dad in The Flotsam Family. The creator of that show reworked the same material for comedy actor William Bendix and renamed it What? 3,
I'm sure it's a
2, 1. Hold it up closer, Vicki.
life. Oh, life. Mine says Life of Riley. Life. No. Life with Father. That's what mine.
Oh, Vicki. Life of Riley was the correct answer. Monsieur Snail says, Monsieur Snail est sa famille. Ouais. Very good, Mr.
Wow.
Snail.
Very good.
The Life of Riley or Monsieur Snail and his family.
So, Vicki, I'll let you redeem your. Who starred in The Life of Riley on TV? Because it wasn't William Bendix.
Oh. I'm blanking. I mean, I can see it, but I can't get it in my head. I don't know. Who is it?
Known for the other most famous show besides I Love Lucy in the 1950s.
Jackie.
Oh, well, there you go.
Was it Jackie Gleason?
Jackie
Was-
Gleason.
Oh, Left of Riley. Yeah.
So really, really
Whenever-
with Riley.
When I think of Jackie Gleason, I just think of the June Taylor dancers, you know.
Wow. You don't think of Norton and Ralph?
Oh, yes, of course. But I'm thinking about the TV, the
Yeah.
variety show. Oh, no, you think of Ed Norton. Yeah, you think of that. Fabulous
Absolutely.
Jackie Gleason show. Yeah.
Anyway, congratulations again to David Sheward for winning this today. Yesterday it was 8-4. David Sheward. So, what's on your docket this week? Are you going to go see Lackawanna, or what are you going to see?
What am I going to see? I'm going to see Is This a Room
Hmm.
on next Thursday, which was off Broadway, is now on Broadway. That should be interesting. And I'm trying to reschedule Lackawanna Blues for this week. I just got to get confirmation from the press agent. Well, let me look at the calendar.
All right.
Now, when you've been
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
when you've been in theater, what's the audience size like? Is it half full, third full?
Well, when I've been, it's been pretty full. But I went to Sanctuary City, which is playing at the Lortel, which is off Broadway, and that was pretty full, maybe about 80% full.
Great.
Yeah. It's not as if every show was 100% full, even in the days. You know,
Right.
it happens to be.
But
Doesn't mean they're going to sell every ticket.
Right.
But
But
again,
it's good
you're
to see
going-
people feel comfortable going out.
Yeah,
That's the big
yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
Is to
and
just
also,
you know.
yeah, I'm also trying to. Also, I might be seeing Chicken and Biscuits.
Oh wow! Is that wait? That's already ready?
Yeah, that's in previews now.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's the opening. I believe this is the previews.
Right.
So I might be seeing that next Saturday.
Cool. Yeah, I thought it was just sounding a little early, but cool.
It
Well,
opens
anyway,
on the 10th or something, or the 12th.
well, if people want to read what David Sheward writes about these shows, remember that you can go to culturaldaily.com and theaterlife.com, and
Oh, and
also
I
What?
will be doing a review of Diana the Musical because it's out there on Netflix, so it's open. It's fair game.
so you're going to wait. Are you reviewing the Netflix musical, or are you going to review the onstage?
I haven't. I've seen it on Netflix, so I'm going to review the Netflix.
Oh, okay. Are you going to go see it on Broadway on stage?
Probably yes.
Okay, just checking. Yeah, because they are two different animals in a manner of speaking, or are they?
It's the same show, but one will be for television, the other is live.
Okay. Now, Vicki, remind people how and where they can see both Late Night Catechism and Holy Ghost Bingo in
Well,
Chicago. Yeah.
it's at the Greenhouse Theater Center, which is 2257 North Lincoln Avenue in Chicago. And the box office is 773-404-7336. That's the easiest way.
Say that again. What? Yeah, 773.
773-404-7336.
Got it. When we listen, Joyce and I listen to this incredible Caribbean radio broadcaster who's always selling something like nonstop on the radio, and he will say a phone number 8 times in a row, just
No.
nonstop. It's like, but that's what they do, you know. So say it one more time. 773.
Say it just like that.
773-404-7336.
To see these shows. And are you doing them any other? Because sometimes you bring them to other places.
Yes, I'm actually going to Baltimore next weekend. I'll be in Baltimore doing Holy Ghost Bingo, and in Chicago. I'm going to be at the Palmer House Hotel. I know, at a convention. So I've been hired to do entertainment at a convention.
Oh,
Well, I'm just begging you, if you go to Baltimore and you happen to go to the Rusty Scupper, please take a picture for me.
Okay.
It's been so many years since I've been to the Rusty Scupper.
All right. You can probably find a picture online.
Well, I know, but it's not the same. I mean, you're standing next to something rusty and scuppish. That would be the important thing.
I'll try to do that.
Thank you, Vicki. Thank you for stepping in and really saving the day here, because we give our shout out to Leslie Blake. We hope that she's feeling better and will be with us next week. David Sheward, I hope to see you next week to play the Today-Yesterday game. I wish you both a very happy and healthy week. How's the weather in Chicago? It's amazing here.
Gorgeous, gorgeous today. Yeah, it's really been nice.
Go enjoy the week, and we'll see you real soon.
Bye.
Bye, Vicki, and bye, Dave. Gonna bid you both farewell.
Au revoir from Monsieur Le Snail. Au revoir.
Shower. Try ketchup, it's good. Bye-bye.
Bye.
David Sheward, Vicki Quade in the Daverhood on this program. It's called Dave's Gone By. With me, Dave Lefkowitz. What a delightful show it has been. It's my show, it's my talking, it's me, but it's really other people now who make the show.
High pitched screaming?
There was Potato talking to Snail.
Oh, okay.
How could you not tell?
How could I miss that?
But Elliot Mintz in the Daverhood telling about his life so interestingly, so compellingly. Rabbi Sol Solomon, and of course Vicki and David and my wife. What wonderful folks we have in the Daverhood. So here's the deal. I cannot believe it's like 20-1 already.
I can.
You
know what it
Thank
means?
you, darling.
It means we're not having lunch.
Well, it means I'm wondering if we should skip Greeley Crimes or just do a really quick. Let's do like a 10-minute Greeley Crimes. We'll do our Colorado Limerick, and then we'll be done. We'll be done with the episode for this week. So don't go away. I know we're already 40 minutes overtime of the program. This is what we do. But we have a bit more to do. Let's go to Greeley, Colorado, just for a couple of what we call Greeley Crimes and Old Times. And what that is, and what that has to do with, is, first of all, from two columns posted in the Greeley Tribune. One about phone calls
You have my noisemaker?
that come into they're over there. The Greeley
The
Dispatch.
one with the siren, okay.
Is there? The phone calls that come into the police department in Greeley, Colorado from people who see weird things going on in the neighborhood and want to report it, and also things that were in the Greeley paper 100 years ago. We like to mix them up together and do something called Greeley Crimes and Old... Oh, where the hell? I fucking hate iTunes now.
You're tired.
No, it's just, I cannot use it. It doesn't here. I'm going to try and search for it.
You got it. You got the beat.
Here it is. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Greeley Crimes and Old Times. So this is what we do. We go to these two columns in the paper and we have some fun. So, are you ready to get, let's get criminal. I want to get criminal. A caller on 11th Street. Oh, hello. Reporting a group of people standing on each other's... After 4 hours, I can barely talk. A group of people standing on each other's shoulders, making a human ladder. Why they called police on this? Maybe they should have used an escalator. I have no idea. Anywho. A caller on 9th Avenue reported a man. Now, hon, there's strange behavior, and then there's not so strange behavior. A caller on 9th Avenue reported a man rubbing his beard while standing on the side of the road.
It happens.
Not only in Greeley, Colorado, not only is this a police thing, this makes the papers.
Was there any gunfire?
I don't think so. It was a hairy situation. And you know, the weird part was, he wasn't carrying any drugs on him, but they did find a stash. I just thought of that. That was good. Come on, give me... No. Anywho. A man in Greeley said he wanted his brother and sister to be arrested because they were trying to ruin his life. He claimed
If that were the case, every family would be arrested.
there'd be no couple who were, yeah. He claimed his siblings were using evil spirits to harm him. Yep.
Oh, who says that? Oh, there was an Agatha Christie thing where
Ooh.
a story rhyme says his evil charms won't harm you. Yeah, that's.
Oh,
maybe
no.
he was watching Agatha Christie.
And reporting it to the Greeley Tribune, apparently. Let's do a couple of old-time things. These are stuff that happened and reported in the paper 100 years ago. And I love this. An aeroplane from Cheyenne. This is how they spelled it in the paper back then. Aeroplane. An aeroplane from Cheyenne was considerably smashed when it fell into a beet field near Windsor. The plane's gas supply was cut off and it fell on the field. The pilot and passenger in the plane were considerably shaken, but not injured.
Oops, wait.
Huh. Hey, if you can walk away from a plane crash, you can't beat that. And that's the plain truth. A city of Boulder street supervisor. What? Oh, a city of Boulder street supervisor got into a fight with a Boulder attorney. The fight started because the lawyer called the street workers, quote, loafers on the job. The lawyer stabbed the city worker with his pocket knife, and he received a crushed middle finger. We know how that fight went. Yeah. Both men will be okay.
Wow.
An explosion! An explosion in the coal bin of the Camfield Court building in downtown Greeley did little damage, and no one was injured. There were complaints from the residents because they had to rush out of the building in their jammies and nighties. Oh, you're getting real good with those. Wow.
Thank you, honey.
Nice job. Let's go back to some modern time crime. Oh, hon,
Uh-oh.
we have
What?
we have a creepster alert. Creepster alert.
I don't like this.
A caller on 17th Avenue received a phone call from an Wait, I'm sorry, I'm screwing this up. A caller on 17th Avenue received a phone call from an unknown caller that sounded like a small child who said, quote, "Mommy, help me please, I'm bleeding,"
Oh, wow.
unquote. That's fun. That's one of the rare times I probably would call the police if I got a phone call like that.
We used to, that's like a prank, though. It's probably a prank call, I hope.
Yeah, either that or the kid's like has a little cut on the finger and decides to dial 911 or something. It's like, "Mommy, I'm bleeding." Still, creepster alert.
You had a paper cut and you got. Well,
It's not a paper cut. This was like just I don't know how this happened, but
where? Oh, David, don't show it.
look at it. Isn't that pretty?
I
Oh wait,
wanna-
it was got a hair. That line is not a crack. There's a hair on it.
Put on where's your condom for your finger?
Here's my finger condom. Let me put it on.
Thank
Let me.
you.
Oh, that's good. Oh,
Thank
there we
you.
go. Yeah, that's better. A caller on Balsam Avenue. Huh. I didn't know there was
Pretty.
Would I live on Balsam Avenue? Yes, I would.
Oh, God.
Balsam Avenue
That's where trees attack.
reported 2-vehicle collision where the other driver got out of his vehicle with a beer in his hand and threw it in the street. You know,
I like it.
if you're going to ditch
You
the
gotta
beer
be
you were
prepared,
drinking,
yeah.
yeah. And, by the way, a woman on 29th Street Road reported a strong smell of, quote, possibly soap coming from next door that had been going on for months and keeping her up at night.
Soap?
Soap. Would you be kept up at night by a strong smell of soap?
There's a lot more smells that I think.
Yeah. I
You
know.
know.
Mel, I guess the cops will have to do a clean sweep of the area. Okay, let's go elsewhere. Every week during our Greeley Crimes and Old Times segment, we like to find something from somewhere else. So it isn't from Colorado even. We go all the way to Japan for this particular elsewhere on Greeley Crimes and Old Times. A newly published medical report by doctors in Japan, that's all, has revealed a mysterious condition associated with COVID-19. The disease is related to restless leg syndrome. It is called, quote, restless anal syndrome. For example, a 77-year-old patient checked out of a Tokyo University hospital after recovering from COVID-19, but days later, he began suffering, quote, deep anal discomfort. That, by the way, was another Grateful Dead album title. Deep anal discomfort in the area between his anus and his genitals. Is that his asshole? No, taint.
Oh, dang.
So, it gave him the essential urge to move his bowels, but even that gave him no relief. As days passed, and obviously that's not the only thing that passed, the patient observed that physical activity relieved his stressed anus, but relaxing spiked his discomfort. A colonoscopy showed the man had hemorrhoids, but that did not explain the spasms he was getting. Doctors then realized his symptoms were neurological, kind of like restless leg. So Dr. Nakamura prescribed him a daily regimen of Klonopin to help relax his anal muscles, and he has continued to improve 10 months after beginning treatment.
He's probably so happy on his
I know.
tranquilizers he doesn't care.
Like, doctor, oh, yeah. He still has all the ass problems. He just doesn't give a shit.
Remember yet.
Well, he does give a shit, but he doesn't care. Oh, restless anal syndrome. I can't wait for the TV commercials to start on that one.
That's
It's like-
usually an unwanted side effect of some drugs.
Yeah.
Right? It's like the unwanted.
And then they'll come up with a drug that cures it or that treats it, a medical condition. See these if you have this condition, and it's for restless, RAS. Do you have restless anal syndrome? And then 5 years after that, the lawyers come on TV. Were you taking Mucalin for restless anal syndrome? If you were, contact us because there's a class action. Oh. Yes, actually would be an ass action lawsuit, wouldn't it? But ladies and gentlemen, let's do one more old-timey thing and come on out of this segment. Greeley Crimes and Old Times, ladies and gentlemen. Where are we? I can't get to that page. That's the problem. Where did it go? Where did it go? This is very, very strange. Where's my... Oh, it's right on the bottom here. Sorry. Here we go. Now, we were talking about incident at Owl Creek and the Civil War. This is from the newspapers back 100 years ago. 2 Civil War veterans, one from the north, one from the south. They've had an unusual correspondence. In a battle 58 years ago, the northerner shot the southerner in the eye.
Oh, God.
Just recently, the southerner coughed up the bullet, and it was in the newspaper. The northerner wrote to him, and the two have been writing often and have become friends. Wow. Wow.
And Ivory, they're together.
Actually, you know, it didn't make the papers as a news story. It made it as a bulletin. Sorry. I had to take my shot at that one, but you know, I'm sorry if any of you are triggered by that joke. They found a new use for automobiles. Attach a hose to the exhaust pipe and run it down a rat's hole in your house. The rats living there will zoom away and not return.
And your whole family will die of
Yeah,
carbon monoxide.
What a great idea. Let's just hook up the car's carbon monoxide pipe,
Yeah.
put it into the
In
house,
your home.
and the rats will go away as the exhaust fumes,
Yes.
which, by the way, they don't smell like anything. You can just go to sleep,
Yeah,
let
you
it
just
happen.
Take a nice nap. The whole family can
And in the
rest.
morning, the rats will be gone.
You won't care because you'll be gone too.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Greeley Crimes and Old Times.
Mr. Horace Greeley was no fool.
Hey, Groucho.
I'm sure that you agree with me that Greeley was no fool.
What he is getting at is that Mr. Greeley was no fool.
Yippee-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi-yi-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Greeley Crimes and Old Times, just part of the fun that we have here every week on Dave's Gone By. Remember, if you missed any or part of this episode, if you missed the interview with Elliot Mintz, if you missed the Today Yesterday quiz, if you missed us joshing around earlier in the day about Ass Day, or you want to share these experiences again or share them with other people, just like Elliot Mintz, I have a free website, and this website archives the show. If you want to hear our first episode back in October 6th, 2002, when we first went on the air, 11 o'clock at night on WGBB AM radio out on Long Island, it's there. It's audio only, of course. It was a radio show, but it's on davesgoneby.com. So yes, this is the 20th anniversary episode of the Dave's Gone By show. And the beautiful part is we've done now we're not quite finished, but 818 episodes, 814 are on the site for free. You could literally, I don't know if it gets to that point yet, but you could probably start listening 24/7 to Dave's Gone By episodes on the website, and it will be a month before you get to the most, maybe even longer. I haven't done the actual math, because some of our episodes go really long, and the early ones were an hour and a half. But there's thousands of hours of material of Dave's Gone By for your listening pleasure, and all the interviews that we've done, all those wonderful people, davesgoneby.com. Also, you can find our archives at archive.org, a not-for-profit website where they're just gathering material, artistic and creative material from the past 1,000 years. And our show is there. All the episodes, all the interviews, also separately at archive.org. If you are a podcasty person, try castbox.fm for just the audio of the show. And of course, we have a YouTube channel, Dave's Gone By, on YouTube, where most of our stuff is just some of it is muted because of copyright things, but you know, you can find a ton of our stuff on YouTube, and starting this week, I'm pretty sure, Tuesday night, October 5th, Tuesday night, 9:30 in the evening Eastern Time. If you are on Long Island and you have Altice Cablevision, first of all, you would have been able to see the Tonys. Second of all, Altice Cablevision Channel 20 at 9:30 at night, a 1-hour excerpt of Dave's Gone By on public access TV. It's a pretty random way to watch Dave's Gone By. We just kind of splice out an hour of a show and throw it up there, but it's a way of getting new people, and it's going to be really, really cool in prime time. When people are flipping channels, or, you know, there's 8 minutes of commercials when they're watching NCIS or whatever the hell it is, and suddenly they're flipping, and it's there, and it's like a home shopping, and it's religious stuff, and it's a repeat of something else, and frick, there I am on Channel 20, or there Rabbi Sol is, every Tuesday, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Channel 20 on Cablevision Altice, in Nassau County on Long Island. Hope to see you there, and that you see me there, even though really the best way to see the show and hear the show is davesgoneby.com. Also want to point you to davelefkowitz.org if you want to read my plays, if you want to read the thousands of theater reviews over the years that I've written. There's hundreds up there of those, and song lyrics, and a couple of short stories. They're all there. DaveLefkowitz.org. That site is also free for everybody to use and enjoy. Please also check out my Twitter feed, Radio Dave 2. And if you want to write to me, Dave's Gone By at AOL.com is the way to do that. So, by the way, I mentioned all these fabulous people who made today's episode so much fun. These are friends of the Daverhood. David and Vicki and Elliot and Rabbi Sol and my beloved wife Joyce. Well, if you want to know a bit more about them, since they're friends of the Daverhood, I'm going to let you know. Tra-la-la-la-doo. Tra-la-la-la-la-doo. Here we go. It's time for the friends of the Daverhood. In other words, these are people who've been on the program in months or years past, and we keep tabs on them. We're like family. We want to let you know what they're up to. So, for example, Andrew Farris. Remember him from In Excess? He was on the show a couple of months ago. He has a new single out from his album. The album is called Andrew Farris. It's self-titled. The song is called Drifting, and you can find out more about it at andrewfarris.com. Andrew, Farriss. Andrew Farris. And even though he's not doing In Excess type rock music anymore, he writes more country rock out of Nashville, but still, check him out, andrewfarris.com. B.J. Thomas, the late B.J. Thomas, our friend not that long ago, he's having, or his family is having an estate sale from rockology-estates.com. He's got a collection of autographed baseballs, letters to and from him, guitars, Rolexes. The guy did pretty well. B.J. Thomas estate sale, rockology-estates.com if you want to bid on some of the stuff that B.J. Thomas had. Running now just through next weekend off Broadway. Go see Richard Nelson's play What Happened, featuring our friend J.O. Sanders at Hunter College. Now through the end of October, and probably beyond that, they keep extending. Eric Comstock and Barbara Fasano are at Birdland on Saturday nights. Ruben Santiago Hudson's play Lackawanna Blues is going to be opening on Broadway on October 7th and running through Halloween at the Samuel J. Friedman Theater. It's a Manhattan Theater Club production. Dakin Matthews, our actor friend, has a role in Waitress on Broadway at the Ethel Barrymore Theater. That is running now through early January. And Chaz Palminteri, speaking of really good one-man shows, his show A Bronx Tale, which he's been doing for years and years, it's terrific. He's doing it at the Waterbury Palace Theater in Connecticut just tonight. So go see him. If you don't want to go all the way out to two different things in Connecticut tonight, as a matter of fact, Karen Mason is going to be part of a tribute to orchestrator Jonathan Tunick that is happening at the Sharon Playhouse in Sharon, Connecticut. That also is tonight. Starting today, Steve Kaplan's 4-week comedy intensive online. You can still join kaplancomedy.com. And then tomorrow, this is wonderful. It seems like every month there's a Greenwich Village Folk Festival online digital concert. Like once a month they bring new folk singers together with incredible old veterans. I know Christine Lavin was on one of these a couple of months ago. Well, guess what? On tomorrow night, Sunday night, 7 o'clock, online, live stream, GreenwichVillageFolkFestival.org, they're going to be doing a musical tribute to Phil Oakes, who unfortunately was dead long before I started this program. But among the people singing Phil Oakes songs digitally will be Tom Paxton, the great Tom Paxton. And in my mind, greater than Phil Oakes ever was. So that is tomorrow, Sunday, 7 o'clock p.m. Get tickets at GreenwichVillageFolkFestival.org. Want to let you know that on Monday night, our recent friend, the wonderful Amanda Green, she will be in her cabaret show. It's called Amanda Green and Friends Vaxxed as Fuck, also featuring Ann Harada. That will be at Birdland Monday night. Also Monday night, at 7 o'clock, Leroy Reams, oh, this is big. This is incredible. Leroy Reams, the actor, the singer, he will be a judge of Tomatoes Got Talent. It's going to be at the Triad Theater. To find out more, go to the3tomatoes.com. And on, what else? On Tuesday, this Tuesday, Jorma Kaukonen is playing at the Landmark on Main in Port Washington. And then on Wednesday, Jorma will be opening for the Tedeschi Trucks Band at the Beacon Theater in Manhattan. And then on Thursday, the 7th, Jessica Scher is in a series. Yeah, she's kind of a babe. She will be in, they're screening a TV series that they did called Scratch This, and they're going to have a screening at the Angelica Film Center. That is this Thursday night at 6:30. In person. That is an actual in-person thing. Speaking of in-person, every Monday night, Jim Caruso's cast party at Birdland. Go to birdlandjazz.com for more information. Please visit stagebuddy.com for news about life and culture in New York and nightlife in New York, founded by our friend Evan Seplow, our great friend Evan Seplow. Subscribe to drdemento.com for Dr. Demento shows, both old ones stretching back into the 70s and the brand new ones he makes every week. Bob Cudmore doing podcasts of upstate New York history at bobcudmore.com. And finally, if you love theater music, we did an Inside Broadway segment. Stuart Brown has a website called soundsofbroadway.com. It is 24/7 Broadway show tunes. Soundsofbroadway.com. And just like my website, like Elliot Mintz's website, it's absolutely free. And those, my friends, are the friends of the Daverhood. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've actually made it to 5 after 1. This is one of the longest episodes we've done in probably a year or two, but we're almost done. We're almost there. We had so much fun this week, excuse me. My God.
Is it the next weekend already?
Not quite yet, because the week isn't fully over, unless we've gotten a little cultural. Unless we versify a little bit. Our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. Because of living in Colorado for a very long time, I got it into my head to write a poem about all different places in Colorado, from Vail, a lot of things rhyme with Vail, to Fort Collins, not so many things rhyme with Fort Collins, but just lots and lots and lots and lots of different poems. And since they're limericks, not only are they short, but the idea is that they have kind of a punchline, and they tend to be raunchy, risque, or downright horrifyingly disgusting. Let me check this one. Yeah. More disgusting than you can probably kind of leave the kids in for this one. You'll just have to explain it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to Idalia, Colorado. Bet you never heard of that one. Idalia, Colorado.
A limerick is a comic verse of 5 lines, in which lines 1, 2, and 5 end with words that rhyme. And likewise, verses 3 and 4 also end with words that rhyme. So this is a limerick. Rocky Mountain, Colorado, Colorado.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're Rocky Mountain High on our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, which is going this week to Idalia, Colorado. I dare you to do Idalia. Small, unincorporated town in northeastern Colorado, not that far from Greeley. Population of 88, last time they checked. It was named after pioneer settler Idalia Helmick. Remember Idalia Helmick? I'm sure you don't. Founded in 1887, known for ranching, farming, and, natural gas. It is a recently built school, a Vision Foundation to help graduates with college scholarships. Still, the town is so small, How small is it? Town is so small they have to play 6-man football instead of 11. And yeah, it seems like a perfectly lovely little place. It has Idalia days, modeled after Potato Day style events, where they have a tribute to what times gone by were like in Idalia. They also have bed races and old-time baseball and football games in Idalia, Colorado. And so, therefore, we're going to disgrace the place with our Colorado limerick, ahem, of the damned. A troubled young man from Idalia was scared of his own genitalia. He tried to detach it by using a hatchet. His tombstone attests to his failure. Please send your comments and complaints to davesgoneby@aol.com, davesgoneby@aol.com. I try and read everything. I can't respond to everything. You can also write to me if you're a friend on Facebook. Obviously, message me there or post your messages under the show as it's playing or later on. I try and look at everything. And I'm hoping all our fans and viewers look at everything too. It's so wonderful that I get so many people who want to be friends on Facebook. And, almost every day I get 2 or 3 people wanting to, friend. Now, 2 of them are Asian women with really big tits that they want to show me. And I tell them yes, but they disappear. But one of them, and I usually send a little message and I say, I'm checking to see if this is real. If this is not spam, please tell me what the name of my show is. And they do. And then I'm shocked because I'm realizing that I've got almost 5,000 people in my friends list on here.
Page, buddy?
Yeah, and I'm sometime in the next week or two, I'm going to try and maybe have to migrate everything
Yeah.
to a quote-unquote professional thing that will not limit me to 5,000 people. Because I've got to drop people from a friends list in order to now allow folks who are actually real and want to be friends either because I'm in the supposed entertainment industry or they like the show. So please keep sending me your friendship requests.
I wonder if you get a lot more hits because of your long-running time on Red Bull Theater Company.
I wonder. I got some from Red Bull.
Press, yeah.
And every time we have a guest on the show,
yeah.
and the guest publicizes it or people are interested in the guest and they're like, oh, who is this guy?
I know, you've had great guests.
So I'm thrilled that people want to be part of this because, back when I started this program 20 years ago Wednesday or Thursday.
What made you want to start it?
My God. Well, come on, me?
No, but why did you want to do radio on a radio station?
Well, it was, in some ways it was revenge.
Oh, for serious?
Yeah. In some ways it was because
the dog star.
When I was working for, I'll say it, for Playbill.com.
Can we just say the Scottish Play? Can't you say
the Scottish Place?
The theater program site.
Right. And they were getting into radio and they were getting into satellite radio. And it looked like I was going to have the gig of putting together a weekly theater show, which would have been even beyond being a journalist for this website, was an even greater dream. Because I get to write about theater, report about theater, interview people, probably not review stuff, but play show tunes, just like this is heaven. I am in heaven right now. And it was snatched away from me.
And you're not bitter, so you're not bitter.
I'm still bitter. Still fucking bitter about it. So when I had the opportunity after I quit the job and was doing some other stuff, I'm like, you know what? This is my chance. I'm just going to find this station. And if they're not going to hire me or they're not going to just let me put me on, fuck it. I'll pay them. I'll find a broker station and I'll give them some of my hard-earned money. Not the brightest thing, considering I quit the job that gave me the money to do it.
Thus, we don't have a business plan.
Yeah, that's the Lefkowitz business plan. But let me tell you something. It saved my sanity to be able to do that show once a week, to plan it, to coordinate it.
Wow.
And and to keep it going.
It was your
20 years.
It was your therapy.
Yeah. Absolutely. It was therapy and fun. I can't say it was cathartic. I can't say that I came out of that first show, midnight.
You were so nervous. Oh my God, you were so nervous.
And when it was over, I was thrilled. I was exhausted. I was like, yes. But it's not like, oh, I've got my revenge. It doesn't work like that.
Revenge is a dish that you serve yourself, right?
Mm.
All revenge does is make you angry and bitter, and the person who's the target has no feeling of it. They go on.
Yeah, exactly.
Revenge is just hurting yourself.
But if there's going to be a kind of revenge to be done, well, getting your own radio show and having fun doing it, pretty damn good. Yeah, I'll take that. And that's what happened. And I ended up doing the show that I wanted, that included theater, but wasn't only theater. I was playing music. I was doing comedy, writing comedy bits, and which I don't even have the time to do anymore, and making up funny songs and doing The News Gone By. Remember that? All of the...
All your New Year's specials, your big events. You had the Tony Show. We used to do Tony Show.
Well, actually, you say used to. We did a Tony Show like a year and a half ago.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And we do New Year's specials still every year.
Yeah, that's true.
We actually do still do that stuff.
That's true.
But, yeah. So, 20 years ago, let's say the second, third, 4, 5, 6, Wednesday. Wednesday marks 20 years of Dave's Gone By being on the air. And I kind of love that I can go to davesgoneby.com and hear myself through all these different progressions of the years of what I sounded like. Did my voice change? Did my attitude change? Did I mellow? Which everybody did. Oh yeah.
Did not mellow.
Oh my God,
You
did I mellow?
mellowed?
And I'm. It's brutal how much I've mellowed. Except occasion. Sometimes I get the old anger and the Irish up, but mostly no. I mean, look at Rabbi Sol. Rabbi Sol was such an angry, polarizing figure when he began, and now Elliot Mintz says he's joyful. He has a great joy in life. And I'm like, if you only knew.
He's a kind man.
Yeah. Thank you to Elliot Mintz for being with us on this 20th anniversary edition of Dave's Gone By, our 818th show. We've called it Mintz Condition. Thank you to David Sheward and to
Everybody looked very pretty in blue.
Vicki Quade. Yeah, we all look smoking.
Very nice.
Thank you to Rabbi Sol. Remember his website, shalomdammit.com. That is the place where you can watch his stage show, Shalom Dammit, an evening with Rabbi Sol Solomon, shalomdammit.com. And my website, davelefkowitz.org, if you want to read some of the stuff that I've written. And davesgoneby.com, if you want the archives of all of this. We expect to be back next week, next Saturday, October 12th, I believe it will be, for the 800 and... 19th edition of the Dave's Gone By Facebookio, Podcastio, Programmio of the stream with me, Dave Lefkowitz. Until then, enjoy the weather, enjoy the autumn, and gone by.
Days gone by, days gone by, days gone by, days gone by.
Oh, and if you're fixing your car, please wear tighter pants. You're going to be leaning over in the back of your car, or wear underwear or boxers, so we're going to the farmer's market tomorrow, okay? So just word to the wise. And that is all.
Days gone